Chapter 171. Sesta agreed and expressed his gratitude for Diver's recommendation. The other elders had no objections either. The only one who had any objections was Antichris, who was an Amandalra. He had no choice but to continue serving the people as the fire chief. At the same time, the Devers also made assist Sesta's clerk to assist Sesta in handling the affairs of Nudum and implementing policies against the Lacanians. In addition, they made Bagul Nudum's special inspector to deal with all kinds of disputes and conflicts in the city, coordinate the relationship between the Lacanians and the Greeks, and so on. After taking over Nudum, the first thing Sesta did was to screen the captives. He imprisoned the real Nudum people and their subordinates and families, while persuading the small tribes that were forced to join Nudum to surrender. He gave his task to Bagul. The second thing he did was to release the slaves. There were slaves in Nudum, and there were many of them. There were two main sources. One was the Greeks, who were plundered by the Lacanians. Most of them were Turii. As Nudum was close to the Turii, they would come east to harass them every year. Especially after defeating the Turii army last year, they followed the Lacarian coalition army deep into the Sabari plain and captured many Turii people. The second was the Lacarians. Mainly the tribes were defeated by the coalition army led by Gramintum and were unwilling to submit to Nudum. These Lacanian slaves were handed over to Bagul and Assist to deal with. These Greek slaves were summoned by Sesta outside the city gate. Looking at these once well-fed but now skinny Greeks, even the women were naked, and all of them looked dazed. Sesta was touched. He said emotionally, "Greeks, you have suffered. Today, Hades has sent us, the Tua Alliance, to rescue you and take revenge for you." After saying that, most of the slaves burst into tears. At Sesta's order, the soldiers pushed Ramu and the nearly 700 naked captives into the room. They were then given spears and sabers to the Greek slaves. Sesta said loudly, "You can take revenge for those who bullied you." Assist saw that something was wrong and quickly stopped Sesta. "Sir, you can't do that. You're violating the Senate's order." "So what?" Sesta pointed at the Greek slaves and said angrily, "Look at them. Any Greek who saw this would choose to do what I did." When the Archon slaughtered General Crotone in Turin, he told the Greeks that the Tua alliance was not to be trifled with. "Today, I will let the Lacanians know that the Greeks are not to be messed with." While he was speaking, a Greek slave who could not control his hatred howled and rushed forward with a spear in both hands, stabbing a captive to the ground. With this as an example, the other slaves also rushed forward to assassinate the captives. The captives screamed in fear, knowing that a disaster was coming, and began to try to resist. The soldiers who surrounded them knocked them down with their round shields to stifle their attempts. Then they let the slaves slaughter them. The killing continued until the end, but it did not continue because the remaining captives were desperately protected by the Greek female slaves. Sesta was puzzled. Assists quickly went forward to ask about the situation. When he returned, he told Sesta with a sorrowful expression, "These women either gave birth after being raped by these captives, or they are still pregnant. Poor Greek women. It's all because the Greek men are useless and can't protect them that they fall into such a miserable situation. Sir, do you still want to continue killing?" "Damn Lacanians." Sesta cursed, then raised his hand and said coldly, "Stop." After the order was given, there were still slaves who were unwilling to give up and brandish their spears, threatening the female slave who were standing in front of the Lacanians to leave. The soldiers immediately went forward to disarm them. Sesta took a few steps forward, stepped on a corpse, and shouted to the Greek slaves, "Listen up. The new law passed by the Tua Alliance states that any slave who was previously a citizen of Turin or a slave of Amandalra, because in the Greek city-states, the women of the city-state could not become citizens, but she belonged to the people of the city-state, will automatically become a citizen of the Tua Alliance and a member of the Tua Alliance. If a slave who is not a Turin or an Amandalra is willing to stay in the Tua Alliance, you can apply to become a Tua Alliance citizen after 2 years. After 3 years, if you meet the requirements, you can become an official citizen. Do you want to stay in Nudum or go back to Turin to live? Most of the male slaves said they wanted to go back to Turin, but most of the women were hesitant. Because the Greek city-states of this era had very strict requirements for women's chastity. Not only before marriage, but especially after marriage, housewives could only stay in the house and could not go out in public. They had to be as diligent and frugal as bees in managing the household. Even the design of the house took into account the possibility of the wife having an affair. Therefore, the bedroom of the traditional Greek couple was on the second floor, and the only opening of the staircase was at the door of the living room, so that the master and the slaves could see the housewife going in and out. To prevent husbands who got tired of their wives and stayed in the brothel for a long time, causing the resentment of the wives who stayed in the boudoir alone, some city-states even stipulated the number of times a citizen could have sex. For example, Solon of Athens had initiated the law of Athens, which stipulated that having sex 3 times a month is enough care for a chaste citizen's wife. Now, a large number of Greek women who had been slaves for a long time had given birth, and some were pregnant. How would they be treated by their families and the outside world when they returned to Turin? None of the female slaves dared to think about it or face it. At this moment, the assist stood up and said loudly, "The Tua Alliance's lifetime governor, Lord Devers, has proposed and passed a law in the Senate. Any Lacanian who marries a Tua Alliance woman will automatically become a Tua Alliance citizen. After 2 years, he will become an official citizen and enjoy the right to the Alliance's allotment of land and 2 years of tax exemption. Any Greek man who marries a Lacanian woman in the Tua Alliance and is willing to become a Tua Alliance citizen will automatically obtain the status of a Tua Alliance citizen. After 2 years, he will become an official citizen and enjoy the right to the Alliance's allotment of land and 2 years of tax exemption." Is this true? The female slaves could not believe their ears. One of them mustered up the courage to ask. Of course it's true. Any couple who marries according to the law can immediately go to the city hall in Nudum. No, the great leader's mansion to register, Sesta said loudly with certainty. The Greek female slaves were like rain after a long drought. They were so excited that they shed tears. They knew that as long as this law was in place, as long as Nudum remained in the hands of the Tua Alliance, they could live proudly on this land. Lord Consul Devers was really a good person who cared for them. The Greek male slaves who were not originally Turii citizens hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Compared to the long time it would take to become an official citizen in Turii, marrying a Lacanian woman and enjoying many benefits immediately seemed more attractive. Assis could guess that this law would soon be announced in Turii and Amendola. By then, who knew how many free men would come to Nudum to marry a Lacanian woman? He looked at the corpses piled up into a hill and the blood flowing like a river at the execution ground. At least the large number of widows in Nudum would have someone to take care of them. The bloody scene Sesta created outside the city gate shocked all the Lacanians in the city. The families who lost their loved ones cried in fear. Even in the evening, when Bagul invited Sima, Uraza, and the other Lacanians they knew, they were still trembling with fear. "Sit down. Sit down. We're all old friends, so sit down." Bagul subconsciously imitated the Devers' expression and tone when they served him, but the guest did not seem to be relaxed. "Sima, why haven't I seen Abinu?" Bagul glanced at the crowd and asked. "Abinu, he had a quarrel with Yudril's son, Tamalu, and was killed by them," Sima said sadly. "Damn Yudril. Damn those big tribes who bully us. Where's this Tamala now?" Bagul roared angrily. "He's dead. When we went to Turii, he died in the hands of the Greeks, just like his father, Yudril." Ureza glanced at the assist beside Bagul and said gloatingly, "Sigh, it's a pity that I can't avenge him myself. But that's fine. Abinu can serve the mountain god with peace of mind." Bagul sighed and regained his composure. At that moment, one of the guests said, "Yudril and Ramu bullied us, but won't the Greeks bully us? Won't they slaughter us like they did to Ramu and the others?" Yeah. Today, the Greeks killed more than 500 Lacanians who surrendered outside the city. Soon, They'll slaughter us like cattle and sheep. The guests were in an uproar, venting their dissatisfaction with the Greeks. The Assis finally realized the impact of the massacre outside the city. He stood up and said, "The Tua alliance will never bully you. How can a Greek who can speak Lacanian join a Lacanian gathering?" A voice from the guests interrupted the Assists. Chapter 172. Amidst the uproar, a voice exclaimed, "Dila's husband? Eurasa, you have no chance." For the first time, the guests chuckled at his words. "I thought all of you died in the Gramentum," Eurasa said bitterly. "So, I already have a wife. Back then, we weren't even sure if we could live to this day." Bagul's words resonated with the guests. He continued, "So, let's not talk about anything else tonight. Just drink, to celebrate that we're still alive today." "That's right." Sesama hugged the amphora filled with wine and took a sip. He praised loudly, "Good wine. This is the first time I've drunk such good wine. I must drink all of Bagul's good wine tonight." Everyone laughed. Bagul was secretly grateful to Sesama for helping him out. He raised his glass and shouted, "Come, let's thank God Asanu for his blessings." Bagul took the lead. After a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere of the banquet became lively. Everyone toasted and toasted. Amidst the noise, Bagul stood up and said to his Assists, "Come, brother-in-law, let me introduce you to my guests." Assis held a bottle of wine in one hand and a glass in the other. "This is Sesama, my childhood friend. He's also a wrestling opponent, but he can't beat me. Don't listen to his nonsense. If you don't believe me, let's fight again another day. Not another day. Let's fight after the banquet. Do you dare? Let's compete. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Bagul readily agreed. Hearing that there would be wrestling later, the other guests also cheered excitedly. Assis bowed to Sesama according to the Lacanian etiquette, clinked his glass, and downed the wine. "Okay," someone shouted. Clearly, Assis was using the Lacanian etiquette and straightforwardness as a Greek to attract the guests' attention. "This is Eurasa, my good friend and once Tina's admirer. Nice to meet you." Assis clinked glasses and said, "Don't worry, Tina is living a good life. I will always treat her well." Eurasa glared at the Assists and spat out, "I want to wrestle with you later. Do you dare?" "Sure," Assists answered straightforwardly. He raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. "All right," the guests cried out at the sight of something to see, and began to find the Greek very agreeable. "This is Uncle Hemot. He used to bring us fishing when we were young. His fishing skills are the best in all of Lucaria." After walking around and finishing a can of wine, Assis felt like he was floating. However, the guests were no longer looking at him with caution. "Brother-in-law, you have to know," Bagul, who returned to his seat, said to the Assists in a serious tone. "In the past, we were small tribes living in the forest between the upper reaches of the Ra River and the upper reaches of the Agri River. We often interacted with each other, and we often joined forces to fight against foreign enemies. However, after the Gramentum and Nudum formed an alliance, we were powerless to fight against their powerful strength. Some were forced to join the Gramentum, some like Sesama and Eurasa were forced to join Nudum, and some escaped from the deep mountains like us. I didn't expect that we would be able to meet again," Bagul said emotionally. "If my father knew, he would not be able to sleep at night." Bagul's words touched the memories of the guests, and most of them sighed. At this time, Bagul patted the Assis on the shoulder and said loudly, "My brother-in-law has another identity. He is the personal attendant of the Archon Devers of the Tua Alliance. This time, he was sent by Lord Devers to help govern Nudum." As soon as this was said, the guests gasped. "Devers? You mean the Greek who used only a few thousand to annihilate more than 10,000 of Asapyrus men?" "Assists, I heard that this Devers later used a few thousand to defeat 10,000 of Crotone's men. Is it true? I heard that he is the son of a Greek god." No wonder the guests were so surprised. Although Nudum and Turiai had been cut off because of the war, Laos had a port. As long as there was foreign trade, news from the outside could quickly spread to Nudum. While the Lacanians were surprised by the defeat of the powerful Lacanian coalition, the name of the Devers reached their ears for the first time. As long as they paid attention, they would hear more rumors about the Devers from the foreign merchant ships at Laos port. For the Lacanians, who were more superstitious and worshipped the strong, this powerful and mysterious Greek who had achieved so many things made them feel awe. Therefore, when Bagul learned about this from the captives, he immediately realized that he could use this to his advantage. Therefore, he did not mention Assis's position, but said that he was the confidant of the Devers, immediately putting a halo on Assis. Assis took the opportunity to say, Master Devers once said, in Lucaria, the big tribes bully the small tribes, annex their tribes, plunder their cattle and sheep. In the end, the leader of the big tribes becomes as rich as the king, and the people from the small tribes are not slaves, but better than slaves. Yes, that's right. That's right. Assis's words resonated with the guests. And our Tua alliance will never bully you, Assis said with unusual certainty. Before I came, Master Devers repeatedly told me to treat the Lacanians like our own people. He said, under the rule of the Tua alliance, the Greeks, Lacanians, Egyptians, and other races will all be the same. No matter their status, they will all enjoy the same rights and responsibilities. That's indeed the case. Bagul immediately took over and proved. The chief commercial officer of the Tua alliance, Senate Elder Marigi, is an Egyptian, but he is also a citizen of the Tua alliance. And I'm a Lucanian, now the captain of the 4th Brigade of the 1st Legion of the Tua alliance, as well as a Senate elder. My father, Vespa, is also a Senate elder. The guests gasped in disbelief. The Lucaria region was surrounded by Greek city-states. After a long period of contact and interaction, they roughly knew the system of the Greek city-states. The Senate elder was equivalent to the leader of a large tribal alliance in Lucania. He could participate in discussions and decisions of the tribal alliance. If there was a powerful leader, he could even influence the big leader's decision. How do I become a citizen of the Tua alliance? Many people were envious and could not help but ask loudly. As long as you're willing to join the Tua alliance, you can now become a probationary citizen of the Tua alliance. As long as you abide by the laws of the alliance and perform well, you can become an official citizen after 5 years. The Tua alliance Senate considered the special circumstances of the Lacanians, so as long as they're willing to submit, they can become probationary citizens. But to be fair, just like the Greeks, they can only become official citizens after 5 years, Assist explained. What's the difference between probationary citizens and official citizens? Some of the more observant people noticed the difference between the two terms. Probationary citizens don't enjoy some of the rights of official citizens, such as the allocation of land by the alliance, being able to hold public office, and so on. However, probationary citizens enjoy the protection of the alliance and can receive assistance from the alliance. For example, after you become a probationary citizen, if you're willing to farm, the alliance will rent land in Nayutam for you to farm. The tax rate is only 5%. This is a new policy to encourage probationary citizens to move to Nayutam. If you're willing to graze, the alliance will rent cattle and sheep for you to graze. The tax rate is also 5%. You should know that it's not easy for many Greek freedmen in Turii to become probationary citizens of the alliance. After they apply, they have to go through at least 2 years of examination before they can become probationary citizens. That's true. The Tua alliance Senate considered the Lacanians' wariness toward the Greeks. To show the sincerity of the alliance, they purposely relaxed the conditions for Lacanians to become probationary citizens of the alliance. This was criticized by many citizens. Bagul endorsed the alliance again. In reality, the two of them were overthinking things. Most of the guests did not care about this. Compared to the leaders of these small tribes who had to pay half of their income to Nayutam every year and could only go out to fight and barely survive by capturing livestock, the tax rate given by the Tua alliance could not be any better. The guests communicated with each other anxiously. Aren't you afraid that we'll take your cattle and sheep and run away? Someone joked. We're not afraid, the assist said confidently. We've identified someone who's not suitable to become a citizen of the alliance with just a few cattle and sheep. And where can the people who steal the cattle and sheep go? Run to another Lacanian tribe, have their cattle and sheep taken away, and continue to be bullied by a strange leader? Or go to another Greek city-state and become a slave? Or wander alone in the wild until they freeze to death, die of illness, or starve to death? Instead of that, it's better to stay in a friendly and peaceful alliance. Isn't it better to live a stable life? The alliance respects the culture and customs of the Lacanians and allows you to have your own temple, worship freely, and have your own customs and festivals, as long as you don't violate the alliance's laws and disturb public order. After hearing this, every guest fell into deep thought. At this moment, someone shouted, "How can one become an elder of the Tua Alliance Senate?" Chapter 173. I led my people to build a new road and a residential area for the Tua Alliance. I even led my people in the battle against the Crotone. Now, I've taken Nudum. I've made all these contributions, and that's why I've become an elder of the Senate. Bagul said proudly, "My father didn't do anything else, but there had never been a Lacanian who joined a Greek city-state before. He courageously led more than 2,000 of his people to join a Greek alliance, including his family, so Bagul was purposely distorting the facts here and created history. He also agreed and encouraged me to lead my people to do things for the alliance. Master Devers invited him to join the Senate." The crowd gasped in admiration. The assist then emphasized, "The Senate is open to any citizen of the alliance. As long as you contribute enough to the alliance, the Senate will take you in." Hemont nodded as if he understood something. But what if the Gramentum, Pixis, or even Potentia from the north attack Nudum? Someone asked worriedly. "I believe you all know that the Gramentum and Picasis are fighting each other. They won't be able to take care of us for the time being. Besides, even if they attack, we won't be afraid. We have Master Devers with us," the assist said loudly. His words were worth thousands of words, instantly relieving everyone's worries. "I'm willing to join the Tua Alliance with my people." Cursimus stood up. "Me too." Eurasius stood up as well. "I can't let Vespa be the only one in the Senate." Hemont stood up as well. Seeing that almost all the guests were willing to join the alliance and become probationary citizens, Bagul and the assists looked at each other and smiled. They raised their glasses and said, "Come, let's toast to the Tua alliance that belongs not only to the Greeks, but also to the Lacanians." The next morning, Avenogis' troops opened the city gate and cooperated with the Tua alliance army, easily defeating the Lacanian garrison. Finally, they rushed into the great leader's mansion and caught the great leader of the Laos, Tara. He was hiding in bed, shivering. Next to him lay the Greek slave girl whose body was already cold and had been strangled by him. The angry Tua alliance soldiers immediately pierced his chest with a spear. Avenogis warmly invited Felicius to lead his troops to camp in the city, but was politely rejected by Felicius. He said, "Laos has just been recaptured, and the order in the city still needs to be reorganized. We have too many soldiers, and I'm afraid that staying in the city will cause you trouble and affect the friendship between Laos and the Tua alliance. We'll be resting outside the city for a while, and then we'll leave. Before we came here, Lord Devers had given us instructions." Felicius' insistence and the Tua alliance's initiative to think of Laos made Avenogis very emotional. He immediately gave half of the seized money and livestock to Felicius to express his gratitude. Felicius did not refuse. Coupled with the spoils of war that they had seized in Nudum, the Tua alliance had gained a lot this time. According to the Senate's order, all the cattle and sheep were left to Nudum for Sesta to use to aid the Lacarians who had defected to the Tua alliance. Most of the money was brought back to Turii. Some of it was used as military funds, some was handed over to the national treasury, and a small portion was distributed to the soldiers as rewards. The seized weapons were donated to the soldiers' committee for free. Felicius left the 2nd and 4th Brigades to temporarily guard Nudum. He led the rest of the troops with 5 days' worth of rations and left Laos. When they arrived at the entrance of the narrow road, the entire army stopped and began to build camp according to Felicius's orders. Arabuma, who was accompanying them, was puzzled. Faced with Arabuma's question, Felicius answered truthfully. The Senate's order. Actually, it was the Devers' order. After seizing Laos and Nudum, the army must build a fortress at the entrance of the narrow road and station soldiers there for a long time to prevent the invasion of the Lacanian army from the north. After surrounding Nudum, quickly block the mountain road to the south and stop the Tua alliance's support to Nudum and Laos. Arabuma was silent for a while, then asked, in the future, the trade and personnel exchanges between Laos and Nudum, they won't be affected in any way. They can pass through the fortress smoothly without charging any fees. Felicius said with certainty. In order not to destroy the good alliance relationship that Laos and the Tua alliance had just established, Arabuma had no choice but to agree. In fact, both sides understood that building a fortress here to protect the mountain road that connected to Turiai was not only to allow the Tua alliance to smoothly support Nudum against the Lacanian army in the future. In addition, if Laos betrayed the Tua alliance one day, or something abnormal happened, the Tua alliance's army could still pass through the fortress and directly approach the city of Laos. This was an open and above-board plot. Early in the morning, many Lacanians who wanted to join the alliance, rent livestock, and rent land flooded into Cesta's temporary residence. Cesta was overjoyed and asked Bagul and the soldiers of the 4th Brigade to maintain order and act as translators. The household registration officers and agricultural officers who accompanied the army were also ready. Household registration, signature, fingerprint. He wrote the rental contract, signed it, stamped it with his thumbprint. Who knew that more and more Lacanians would come? Not only because of the crowd effect, but also because of the mixed marriage law that the Tua alliance had specially formulated to quickly consolidate the newly occupied Nudum. Some of the astute Lacanians realized that they had to quickly obtain the benefits offered by the Tua alliance, or else the Greeks from Turiai would snatch it from them. Nudum's northwest side was backed by the Ra River, and on the other side of the river was a mountain forest that was not too steep. On the southeast side was a narrow river valley less than 2 miles wide that led straight to Laos. Further east was a continuous and impassable mountain range with only one narrow path leading to Turiai. Only the northeast side, between the upper reaches of the Ra River and the upper reaches of the Agri River, was high and fertile. It used to be the settlement of many small tribes, but later fell under the control of Nudum. The shape of this area was irregular, and the terrain was rugged. Parts of it were also divided by the mountains, making it difficult to measure and distribute. Therefore, Bagul suggested to Cesta, divide the land according to the number of people in each tribe, and the leaders and tribesmen would be responsible for collecting the taxes. The Lacanians without tribes would be distributed separately. In fact, this was relatively rare. This would save time and manpower and also avoid direct friction and conflict between the Alliance and the Lacanians in Nudum. Considering the uniqueness of the Lacanian mountains and the Lacanian tribes, Cesta agreed with Bagul after some thought. Just as Cesta was racking his brains for the management of Nudum, the Devers received an urgent battle report from the west. The victory of Nudum and Laos was expected, and the slight uneasiness he felt about not being in command personally disappeared. He had told himself many times not to learn from Napoleon. The Mediterranean Sea was very big, and the alliance would encounter many enemies in the future. He needed more excellent commanders who could command independently. Cesta's performance in Nudum was beyond his expectations, but he handed the sandpaper roll to aristocrats and asked with a slight anger, "What do you think about Cesta letting the Greek slaves kill the Lacanian captives?" After making the decision to let assist Cesta in governing Nudum, the Devers did not plan to let Assist return as a clerk. The eagle would eventually grow up and soar independently in the vast sky, but they would have to find another person to be a clerk. The Devers remembered aristocrats, who was able to calmly defend himself and move the Senate elders present in the presence of the fugitive slaves in Amandalera, so they sent aristocrats to look for him. In the end, Aristocrates was working in the new restaurant that Christoia opened in the city of Turiai. When Aristocrates told him that Lord Devers was looking for a clerk, as the clerk was a public office, Aristocrates was only a free citizen and could not fill the position he gladly accepted. As a result, when the Devers returned home at night, Kristoia complained that he had poached her family, and in the end, she carried out revenge by using her mouth and hands to almost squeeze him dry. My lord, I don't know much about Newton, so I can't comment. Compared to the straightforward assists, aristocrates, who had been through hardship since childhood, was much more cautious. Divers glanced at him. Is he trying to subtly remind me? The Devers thought about it and slowly said, You're right. We don't know the situation in Newton better than Sesta. Since he has been appointed to manage Newton, we should let him do it. I just didn't expect this Sesta, who is usually inconspicuous, to be so straightforward and fierce when he does things. He's better than me in this aspect. As the Senate Hall in Turii had not been built yet, the afternoon Senate meeting was still held in the Senate in Amandalora. In the meeting, the Devers loudly announced that the Tua alliance had successfully captured Newton and helped their ally, Avenogus, recapture Laos. Even though the elders had received the news before the meeting, they still cheered loudly. Chapter 174. Sybaris. Although it had now become a joke for the Greeks and a negative example for the city-states, it was undeniable that more than 100 years ago, it was the largest city-state in Greece that spanned across the east and west coasts of the Apennines, ruled many cities, intimidated the Bruttii, Lucaria, and other local races, and possessed amazing wealth. At that time, Syracuse was only a small city-state, and Tarentum and Crotone could only look up to it. The elders reminisced about the glory of Sybaris in the past and were intoxicated by the vision of the future. They cheered excitedly again, and some even shouted excitedly, "Fight across the Cini River, capture Grimentum, and take back our Poseidonia." Since when did Poseidonia become ours? Devers laughed in his heart. He was happy to see such a situation happen. At this time, Vespa stood up and asked with concern, "Lord Devers, how is the situation in Grimentum and the other Licarians? Because our attack was very successful, no one escaped. I guess the Licarians in the north have not received the news yet. Sesta is seizing the time to stabilize the situation in Newton. With the full help of Bagul, a large number of Licarians and slaves in Newton are willing to become citizens of the Alliance. Sesta and Assis are busy registering the surrendered Licanians, distributing land, cattle, and other matters, while strengthening the city's defenses. In addition, Assis is also building the Ra River Fortress and will return in 2 days. Even if the Licarians in the north receive the news, they will not be able to attack Newton for the time being. From the information we have received, we all know that Picassus has just fought with Grimentum. Due to the rebellion of some of the leaders, Acaparu's son, Lizo, who occupied the city of Grimentum, was defeated and led his people to flee to Potentia, and Potentia accepted him. Obviously, even if Picassus's Sinsing occupies the city of Grimentum, he still has to be careful of Potentia's intervention. So Newton is safe for now. The words of the Devers dispelled the worries of some of the elders, and the atmosphere became even more heated. Cornelius said loudly, "My lords, there is an important issue that the Senate urgently needs to discuss and resolve." Most of the elders were stunned. What kind of big problem could there be on this day of victory? Previously, we owned the cities of Amandalora and Turii, so we called it the Tua Alliance. It was simple and clear, and the people understood what it meant the moment they heard it. But now that there's Newton, it wouldn't be right to call it the Tua Alliance. Cornelius said seriously. Cornelius's thoughtfulness made the elders realize that it was indeed inappropriate. This was tantamount to excluding Newton. What would the people of Newton think in the future? Moreover, judging from the development trend, Newton would mainly be dominated by the Licanians in the future. Now, a lot of effort and many bills have been made to include the Licanians in the alliance. This was a long-term plan that the Senate elders had gradually reached. Because a name issue could lead to discord and division, the alliance's long-term efforts would be in vain. This was indeed an important issue that needed to be resolved immediately. Then we'll call it the Turii, Amandalora, Newton Alliance. Aminta's answer was simple and clear, but some of the elders could not help but laugh. Oh, that's quite convenient. But what if we get the Gramentum next time? We'll continue to call it the Turii Amandalera Nudum Gramentum Alliance. If there's a next time, if this continues, it'll take a lot of time every time the official name of our alliance is mentioned. Mercy's ridiculed exaggeratedly. Everyone burst into laughter. Aminus could not hide his embarrassment anymore. He said angrily, Mercy's, come up with a better name for me to see. It's not difficult, since we want to restore the glory of Sabaris and regain its amazing wealth. At this point, it felt like Mercy's was almost drooling. Let's just call it the new Sabaris. As soon as this was said, Kunigarada shook his head in objection. This name is not good. It will easily aggravate the relationship with Cortone, and it will also make the neighboring city-states feel uneasy. Ansitanos agreed. That's right. When Sabaris was prosperous, there was competition with many city-states in Great Greece, and their relationship was not very good. Even the Campania alliance to the north of the Lucaria region, the Neapolitan alliance, was hostile to Sabaris. We can't ruin our relationship with our neighbors because of a name. As a scholar of history, Ansitanos' words naturally won the elders' attention and approval. Many of the elders had already thought of names that might cause dissatisfaction with the neighboring city-states, but they swallowed them back into their stomachs. For example, Antonio's Great Greek Alliance. At this time, the elders realized that this name was not easy to come up with. Not only did it have to contain a certain meaning, but it also had to represent the cities in the alliance. At the same time, they had to consider the future development and the relationship with the neighboring city-states. Some of the elders pondered and muttered softly. Some even looked directly at the Devers. Isn't it easy to come up with a name? I'll say a name, and all of you will think it's good. Someone said confidently. Everyone saw that it was Plazinas. Hurry up and say it. Under the urging of the elders, Plazinas slowly said word by word. Let's call it the City Alliance of Dionia. While the uncultured elders like Amintas were still pondering the meaning of the name, many of the elders once again looked at the Devers meaningfully. The Devers were a little surprised. He had indeed neglected the problem of the alliance's name before. When everyone was thinking of a name, he was also thinking about it, but he did not expect Plazinas to repeatedly surprise him. The meaning of the name Devers was Son of God. Some people in the alliance thought that the name of the consul was bestowed by the gods. Otherwise, how would his parents know that their child would become the one favored by Hades in the future, or even be his blood descendant? Dor referred to God, and the name Dionia meant the land of God. Therefore, the two names Dionia and Devers were deeply related. Before the Devers could say anything, Marigi had already shouted, "Good name! Good name!" The Greeks had a tradition of naming the city-states after the gods. For example, the Poseidonia you mentioned earlier, and the well-known Athens. Our alliance has been blessed by Hades many times. That's why we were able to win against the many, defeat the strong, and develop so quickly in a short period of time. In order to thank Hades, the symbol of our alliance is Hades, and the flag of our army is Hades. We also want to build a temple for him, but that's not enough. The people of the entire alliance should be blessed by him, so the name Dionia is just right. I believe that with it, our alliance will develop even faster. It might seem strange to outsiders to let a Persia person talk about the Greek gods and the grace of God, but the senators present listened very seriously, and some of them had already nodded in agreement. As the troops were out on an expedition, there were not many former mercenary senators who firmly supported the Devers. Without these people making a ruckus, the scene was a little quiet. The Devers looked around at the crowd, and his eyes fell on Cornelis and Kunigarada. My two city governors, what do you think of this name? Cornelis lowered his head and said, I have no objections. Kunigarada glanced at Prazinas, then looked at the Devers and said, I completely agree. This is a good name. Then let's call it the Dionia City-State Alliance. The Devers calmly made the final decision. At the end of the meeting, the Devers and the senators walked out together. They did not deliberately talk to Prazinas the whole time. Outside the door, all the senators were stunned. In front of the Senate of Amendolan was a dense crowd of people, stretching all the way to the foot of the mountain. Among them were wives who had lost their husbands to the Lycarians, elderly people who had lost their children, children who had lost their fathers, thousands of tourists who had a phobia because of the Lycarians, and Amendolans who were worried about the situation at the front line. Almost all the families of the soldiers were in Amendolan. At this moment, they were all standing quietly. When they saw the Devers coming out, someone shouted first, followed by a tsunami of cheers. "Victory to Alliance! Victory, Senate! Victory, Lord Devers! Thank you! Thank you!" Everyone was cheering to their heart's content, their eyes shining with tears of excitement. It was the release of years of humiliation. It was a kind of pleasure from settling a grudge. It was the joy of no longer having to be afraid. The Tua alliance led by the Devers had seized Nayutam, solving many years of trouble for the tourists in one fell swoop. The sincere gratitude of the people infected all the senators of the Senate. At this moment, they felt the pride of being senators of the Tua alliance's Senate. Just as the Devers said, "We will lead the people to create a prosperous and powerful city-state alliance of Dionia. Let the Dionians proudly claim to be citizens of Dionia, no matter which city-state they were in, and no foreigners would dare to invade them." Naturally, Traitus saw this spectacular and touching scene. No matter how emotional he was, the message sent back to the Crotone City Hall was still short. The Tua alliance had seized Nayutam, and Laos had become their ally. Chapter 175. After some discussion, they decided to wait and see how the situation would develop. After all, in the history of the Greek colonization of the Western Mediterranean, there had never been a successful precedent for the Greeks to leave the coast and occupy the mountains of the indigenous people. Even if the Tua alliance seized Nayutam, how could they suppress the Lycanian rebellion in the mountainous region full of Lycarians with their small number of people? How could they deal with the subsequent attack of the Lycanian army? This was the next big problem. At the same time, the city hall decided to send merchant ships to establish trade relations with Pisian so that they could keep abreast of the movements of Lucania municipality. Ephesus, located on the coast of the Aegean Sea in Asia Minor, was a famous city of the former kingdom of Lydia, across the bay from Samos Island. It was said to have been built by the colonists of Athens around 900 BC. After hundreds of years of development, it, together with Miletus and Samos, which were not too far from in the south, became the three most dazzling pearls of the Greek states in Asia Minor. In the center of the triangular area formed by these three prosperous cities was Mount Mycale. On the mountain, there is a sanctuary called Panionion, which meant the temple of all the Ionians. It used to be the place where the Greeks of Asia Minor gathered to celebrate their union. Although it was no longer as glorious as it used to be, it was still a place of worship for the Greeks of Asia Minor. At the same time, the influence of another temple was growing day by day. This was the amazing masterpiece built by Ephesus, the Temple of Artemis. 100 years ago, when Ephesus was still attached to Lydia, it had become the trade center of Asia Minor. Citizens of various cities flocked to it, and in addition to doing business and working, they naturally had to worship in the temple for spiritual comfort. As a result, the people of Ephesus found that the original altar of Artemis could no longer meet the demand. Believers often had conflicts in order to occupy a good place to worship. Therefore, building a temple became a top priority. At that time, the rich king of Lydia, Croesus, generously donated money to Delphi to seek an oracle, but was misled into a war with Persia and finally perished. A new temple was built on the original altar. The most famous architects and sculptors of that time were invited to participate in the design of the new temple. The completed temple was 100 meters long and 55 meters wide. There were 127 huge pillars, 18 meters tall, supporting the temple's huge roof. The entire temple was basically built with huge stone slabs that were 5 to 8 meters long, giving it a grand and dignified appearance. In the temple, the bronze statue of Artemis was 2 meters high, wearing a crown on its head and holding a precious bow in its hand. It had a kind face, and its form was vivid and exquisite. There was no roof on top of it, so the believers could also look up at the sky from inside the temple and be with their God. After the Temple of Artemis was built, it quickly became another sacred place for the Greeks of Asia Minor. Even after the fall of Lydia, the outbreak of the Greco-Persian War, and many other events, it did not diminish its status. Every day, Greeks came to worship it, and it had been like this for hundreds of years. On this day, a strong Greek hurried in from outside the temple. He looked around as he followed the crowd to the entrance of the temple. The temple was too big. The stairs alone had dozens of steps. After walking up the stairs, he was a little out of breath, even though he had been training for a long time. "Timothy," a somewhat familiar voice yelled in front of him. He followed the voice and saw a man in purple Bolton standing at the entrance of the temple, waving at him. "Agatha." Timothy walked up to the seemingly extraordinary man in disbelief. "Please call me Master Agatha. I'm now an elder of the Senate of the Tua Union." Agassiz shook his sleeves and revealed his left hand. He then held his sleeves lightly and put half of them around his waist. This was the so-called noble gesture that Grand Elder Tali often did in meetings, before saying jokingly, "Are you really like the rumors say, the masters of city?" Timothy looked at him and asked with a trembling voice, "Not just one city, but the master of 2 cities." Agatha raised 2 fingers and explained seriously, "The Devers are the lifetime archons of the 2 city-states." Lifetime archons. It's hard to believe. Timothy mumbled to himself. It had only been half a year, and his memories of parting with divers and the rest were still very clear. Yet, the difference in status between him and divers was like heaven and earth. "I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, Artemis is in there. I'll go in and swear to her." Agatha was a little anxious. He pointed at the temple behind him and said seriously. Timothy shook his head and looked at Agatha thoughtfully. "I believe you. What business do you have with me this time? Although we've successfully changed our identities, we haven't forgotten our comrades who fought with us through fire and water." Agatha extended his hand and said sincerely, "The Devers sent me to invite you to Greece." Tiburon had been holding his breath recently. Ever since he was sent to Asia Minor by the Sparta Council of Elders to serve as Sparta's governor in Asia Minor, he led the army against Persia's governor, Tissaphnus. He captured many Persia's cities and forced Tissaphnus to stop attacking the Greek city-states in Asia Minor. He thought he had done a great service to Sparta. However, when he attacked Larissa, he encountered some difficulties and failed to take it down after a few months. Instead, he suffered some small losses. That damn inspector actually asked him to give up Larissa and attack Korea. Although he was angry, he did not dare to disobey. After Lysander gained great fame after defeating the navy of Athens at the end of the War of Peloponnesus, he proposed some proposals to the Council of Elders in order to strengthen his power. These proposals were passed, and one of them was to expand the power of the inspector. These inspectors, who were born as commoners, could follow the army into battle. If they found any problems, whether it was an ordinary general or a king, they could question them at any time. If the problem was serious, they could also propose to the Council of Elders to punish them. Tiburon had no choice but to lead his army back to Ephesus. He planned to rest here for a while before setting off to attack Korea. However, a few days later, he received a piece of bad news. Several Greek city-states in Asia Minor sent messengers to Sparta, accusing him of allowing his soldiers to plunder Sparta's allies in Asia Minor. At first, he was so angry that he smashed all the valuable statues in his living room. Then, he became worried because what the messengers of Asia Minor accused him of was true. At first, he brought 5,300 soldiers to Asia Minor, including 1,000 liberated helots for 1,000 other Peloponnesus and 300 Athens cavalry. Of course, this small number of soldiers could not fight against the powerful Persia. After arriving in Asia Minor, with the help of their allies, he recruited many more soldiers, most of whom were mercenaries who had participated in the expedition to Persia with Cyrus the Younger, increasing the total number of soldiers to 15,000. There was almost no real Sparta soldier in this huge army. The salaries of so many soldiers could not be sustained by the donations of the Greek city-states in Asia Minor. Therefore, it was necessary to plunder the cities and territories of Persia. However, when the army passed by their allies, the mercenaries who had become accustomed to plundering could not control themselves and often robbed their compatriots' belongings. Tiburon did not use military discipline to restrain himself. Instead, he thought that since they fought for their lives, it was only right for them to pay the price. Now, the revenge of the Greeks in Asia Minor had come. That night, Tiburon could not sleep. The next day, the inspector, Kelethorpes, came over and told him coldly, "Tiburon, the Council of Elders has sent Decuritas to take over your position, and you must return to Sparta for investigation. You must stay in this house now, and you are not allowed to leave without permission until Decuritas arrives." Tiburon sat down and looked at the soldiers Chrysops had arranged to guard his door. He could not help but shout, "Don't worry, I won't run away like Crocus. Even if I return to Sparta for investigation, I will be acquitted." Chrysops did not even look at him and replied, "I hope so." Chrysops walked out of Tiburon's house and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He welcomed the Senate's investigation of Tiburon because he was the mastermind behind it. The reason why Chrysops did this was because he knew very well that Sparta had made a great decision and paid a great price to go to war with Persia. There was a strategic consideration. The radicals of Sparta, led by Lysander, believed that they should take advantage of the defeat of Athens and regain the hegemony of Greece to go out of the narrow Greek mainland and extend their power to the wider and richer Asia Minor. They should defeat the Persia and become the protector of the Greek city-states of Asia Minor, and then become the hegemon of the Eastern Mediterranean, fulfilling the dream of generations of Sparta. It was because Chrysops followed the expeditionary army to the hinterland of Persia and saw the vastness and richness of the plains of Mesopotamia that he agreed with the radicals and deeply understood the painstaking efforts of Lysander and the others. However, Tiburon was a pure Sparta warrior. His mind was filled with nothing but fighting and killing. While fighting the Persia, he connived with his soldiers to plunder in the allied states. This caused the allied states of Asia Minor to complain about his troops, and at the same time, they began to feel dissatisfied with Sparta. Seeing that more than half a year's effort was going to waste, Chrysops advised Tiburon several times. At first, Tiburon pretended to listen, but he did not carry it out. Later, he simply refused to listen. Chapter 176. Chrysops' good mood lasted until Tiburon's adjutant came to him. "What did you say? The soldiers ran away." Cleithorpes was astonished, and his first instinct was to wonder if Tiburon was at work on him. "No, they all ran away. It's just the soldiers who participated in the Cyrus the Younger expedition. After returning to Ephesus, the troops were stationed outside the city. Because of the investigation, Tiburon did not go to inspect the barracks for a few days. The adjutant said carefully, "Until you asked me to temporarily take over Tiburon's duties, Chrysops, I decided to gather the whole army for a lecture to prevent the soldiers from feeling uneasy because of Tiburon's transfer. Only then did I find that more than 3,000 soldiers were missing." More than 3,000 soldiers. Chrysops gasped. That's a lot of money. If Decuritas arrived at Ephesus and found that the number of troops he was to lead had been greatly reduced, he was afraid that he would blame himself for not handling the matter of Tiburon well, causing the morale of the army to waver. Was it because Tiburon condoned their looting and was afraid of being punished, so they ran away? It was no wonder that Chrysops asked this. He knew the mercenaries who participated in the Cyrus the Younger expedition too well. No, the adjutant's answer made him slightly relieved, but also made him curious. After I discovered this situation, I immediately sealed the barracks and launched an investigation. I soon learned the truth from the mercenaries who participated in the Cyrus the Younger expedition. The adjutant showed a strange expression. The reason why they ran away was because of a rumor. Rumor? Yes. Recently, there's a rumor going around the city. It said that another group of mercenaries who participated in the Persia expedition with these mercenaries went to Greece under the leadership of a leader called the Devers, defeated the barbarians there, and established an alliance called Tua. He became the consul of the alliance, and the mercenaries who followed him became citizens of the city and were given land, while the officers became, nobles, taking up senior public positions in the city. These simple-minded mercenaries actually believed it to be true, and many of them wanted to go to Greece to share in the benefits of their former teammates. But I heard from them that this talent called the Devers had only left them for a little more than half a year. How could he have done so many things? It's obviously a lie. After the adjutant finished speaking, he saw that Kelethorps was frowning, deep in thought. Where did these rumors come from? He asked seriously. I think it came from a port market of Ephesus. They heard it when they went to buy goods. Are the leaders of the mercenaries from the Persia expedition still there? Kelethorps asked again. Other than Xenophon, the others like Timicin, Xenoparis, Clino, they've all run away. Some of the soldiers could only stay because Xenophon persuaded them. Quickly send someone to inform the Council of Ephesus and ask them to immediately send patrols to block the port. You also send troops to help. If you find any deserters, arrest them immediately and escort them back to the barracks. At the same time, inform the neighboring city-states with ports to take the same measures. Kelethorps quickly made a decision. What about the captured mercenaries? In front of the whole army, kill the leading officer and the general. Kelethorps' expression was cold as he made a beheading gesture. After sending off the adjutant, Kelethorps' heart was in turmoil and could not calm down for a long time. The mercenaries' escape had started a few days ago, and it was definitely a little too late to take measures now. It seemed that while sending Tiburon back to Sparta, he needed to write a letter to the Council of Elders and take the initiative to explain the situation here. Otherwise, when Decuritas found out and asked about it, he would be in a passive position. Sigh, Xenophon should have known about this a long time ago. Why didn't he inform him? Kelethorps thought about it again. Xenophon had a good relationship with many generals during the expedition to Persia, especially the Devers. Him taking the initiative to persuade the soldiers to stay was already very considerate of Sparta. Devers. After half a year, hearing this familiar yet somewhat strange name again, a clear image of the extremely young mercenary leader appeared in Kelethorps' mind. As for the Devers, he had always felt sorry for not being able to keep them in Sparta. He still remembered that when he returned to Sparta to report on his previous experience, he met the former Admiral Anisus who had just returned from his post. When he asked him about the Devers, Anisus asked him blankly, "Who are the Devers?" He wanted to slap him on the face on the spot. How could he forget what he had repeatedly told him, and let Sparta miss out on what he thought was a Greek military genius? Later, as he helped Tiburon settle in Asia Minor, he was busy and temporarily forgot about this matter. He did not expect to hear this name again. This unforgettable young man had actually established a career in Greece. If the matter was true, then it was indeed too shocking. But it also proved that he, Kelethorps, did not make a wrong choice. He just did not know if he had anything to do with the desertion incident. He hoped that he was not the one who instigated it, because the Sparta Council of Elders would definitely send someone to investigate this. But the Devers had already taken root in Greece, and obviously would not consider joining Sparta again. What a pity. Xenophon actually knew more about the situation than Kelethorps guessed. He even knew that Timicin had gone to the Temple of Artemis in Ephesus to meet Agathia, and only returned to the barracks to encourage the soldiers to go to the Tua alliance after receiving his promise. Xenophon had also received an invitation from Agathia. He was really surprised that the Devers had become life archons of 2 cities in Greece. He was also very curious about how the Devers had achieved such dazzling achievements in just over half a year. They were both young men, but one was a country bumpkin from the fringes of Greek civilization, while the other was an elite nurtured by Athens, the center of Greek culture. Now, the country bumpkin had already grasped the highest authority in 2 cities, while the elite was still struggling to survive in a foreign country. Xenophon definitely felt envious and jealous, but he didn't hesitate to reject the idea of leaving this place and starting a new career in the unfamiliar Great Greece. It was not because of pride, but because, as an Athens man, Xenophon had always thought that Athens was the center of the world. After experiencing the defeat in the War of Peloponnesus, the expedition of Cyrus the Younger, and following the Sparta's campaign in Asia Minor, he saw the vast territory and political corruption of Persia, the weakness of the Greek city-states in Asia Minor, and the military tyranny of Sparta. He had a vague idea. Why couldn't the economically prosperous Athens and the militarily powerful Sparta join hands again to lead the divided and warring Greek city-states to defeat Persia, which had always been hostile to Greece, and create a new era for the Greeks? For this ideal, he was willing to continue fighting in this foreign land and work closely with the Sparta people, whom he had long been interested in. Therefore, even though he did not report Timicin and the others out of their friendship of more than 2 years, he still managed to prevent more soldiers from leaving in time. He was also relieved to hear that the commander of Sparta was about to be changed. He also did not think that Tiburon was a qualified governor of Asia Minor, even though he had been winning battles all this time. He recorded the events of the past few days. When it came to the departure of Timicin and the others from the military camp to the Tua alliance, he hesitated for a while and decided not to write it down. It was not because of secrecy, but because he had always adhered to a principle. The Eastern Mediterranean would be the focus of his future history. The Western Mediterranean was far from the center of civilization and did not deserve too much attention. Then he packed up the manuscript and decided to have a good talk with Calithorpes. He had some ideas and suggestions on how to manage these mercenaries and prevent the army's morale from wavering. After the construction of the Ra River Fortress, or a fortress, it was more like a fortified camp. Felicius left the company to guard it and led the rest of the 3rd and 7th Brigades back to Thurii. Devers greeted them outside the city and gave a warm speech to the soldiers. After that, the troops were dismissed and the soldiers were allowed to go home. Felicius went to the Devers residence and told them in detail about the process of capturing Nudum and Laos, as well as the general situation of Nudum. Devers listened carefully and asked, "Are the soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd Brigades and the 1st Company dissatisfied with having to stay in Nudum for about 10 days?" "Not at the moment," Felicius replied. "Since you announced the new distribution plan of the spoils of war, the soldiers who stayed behind will get a little more. I think they are quite happy." Devers nodded and sighed. "We are not like Persia, where the state pays for the soldiers to be responsible for fighting and can carry out combat missions all year round. 5 days is the limit for the Alliance's soldiers to go to war. Beyond this time, we have to prepare food for the soldiers, and the longer it takes, the longer it will delay their farming and earning money. We cannot let the citizens who fought for the Alliance become poorer. Therefore, the distribution of the spoils of war this time is not just to deal with this one time. I hope that when you go back, you will discuss with Mirzas and come up with a long-term distribution plan of the spoils of war. Prioritize 3 points. Chapter 177. Understand. I'll discuss this with Merces tomorrow." Felicius nodded. Merces is a stingy fellow. Maybe he just wants to take more from the treasury. "You have to stick to your principles," the Devers said half-jokingly. "I'll bring Amintas and Matones with me tomorrow," Felicius said in a serious tone. Both of them burst out laughing after they finished talking. Taking advantage of the good atmosphere, Felicius carefully proposed his own idea. "Sir, there are salaries for public servants. Shouldn't they be given some salary after serving in the war for a long time and not being able to go home? Well, as a military officer, you're starting to learn how to take advantage of your department." The Devers pointed at him and scolded jokingly. Felicius also replied with a smile, "If I don't, the soldiers will blame me for not fulfilling my duties as a military officer during my tenure. Logically speaking, they should be paid. I remember someone saying, the sailors who go to Athens get 2 opal a day, and the heavy infantry get 4 opal a day." The Devers recalled, "That's true, sir." The Devers sighed, "But that's Athens, one of the wealthiest city-states in the Mediterranean Sea. They can afford this salary, but the Dionia Alliance can't afford it yet. There are less than 200 public servants, and the treasury can barely afford it. The number of soldiers going to war is either thousands or tens of thousands. Even if the soldiers get 1 opal a day, how much money will they have to pay each day? Do the math. Just rebuilding Turiai and paying the salaries of the public servants is already too much for Mercies. If you mention this again, he'll probably fight you to the death. The Devers smiled and said with certainty, when the Alliance has money in the future, don't worry, I won't let the soldiers suffer any losses. Although it was only a verbal promise from the Devers, Felicius was confident. It was not only because the Devers always kept their promises, but also because Felicius had worked with the Devers for a long time. He knew that the Devers were ambitious people, and an army that could not fight for a long time would not be able to fulfill their ambitions. How's the military discipline in Newton? Devers asked again. Not bad. We didn't get into any conflict with the Lacanians of Newton. Felicius smiled and said, of course, this is also related to the victory ceremony that you're holding for them. They are afraid that they will violate military discipline and will not be able to attend the ceremony. A soldier with a sense of honor will be a good citizen. Devers sighed. In his mind, he thought about the possible arrival of his comrades in the Persia expedition. He hoped that they, who were used to plunder and were unrestrained, would not cause too much trouble in the Daionia alliance. Suppressing the worry that had just surfaced in his heart, he looked at Felicius. Are you ready for the public inspection? This gentle man, who had spent half of his life on the battlefield, seemed a little nervous and shy. Hey, what's there to be nervous about? It's not like you're the only one participating. There's Drax, Epitenes, and Hieronymus accompanying you. Show the image of our Daionia generals to the people of the Alliance. Let them know that only by fighting bravely for the Alliance can they enjoy such a high honor. Devers patted him on the shoulder and said solemnly. Felicius understood the significance of this victory ceremony for the army, so he could not let himself relax. Devers had no choice but to change the topic. By the way, Bagul's 4th Brigade is also participating in this victory ceremony, so we have to let the 1st Brigade go to Newton to replace them for a few days. Devers pondered and said, from now on, Bagul's 4th Brigade will be settled in Newton. In this way, they can defend Newton nearby, and we can also save on military expenses. However, the military quality of the 4th Brigade is far from meeting our requirements. We have to send instructors over in rotation for strict training. As Devers spoke, he saw that Felicius wanted to say something, but hesitated. He asked doubtfully, why? Are you worried about the 4th Brigade? No, I'm not worried about the 4th Brigade. Bagul is a good leader who can distinguish right from wrong, and he will be the son-in-law of the Greeks. Most of his soldiers trust him, and the sisters of these Lacanian soldiers are basically married to our citizens. Therefore, in our alliance, especially the Greek citizens of Amendola and their Lacanian citizens have a very close relationship. Therefore, since the beginning of the expedition, the 4th Brigade has been very proactive and cooperated well with the other brigades. Felicius praised. I just want to ask, sir, how can we solve the problem of the long-term garrison of the Lehi River Fortress? The Alliance of Daionia did not have professional soldiers, so it was impossible to let the citizen soldiers leave their lives and be stationed there for a long time. This was a difficult problem for Felicius, but Devers already had a solution. Let the reserve citizens take turns to be stationed there. It is a test that they must go through to become official citizens of the Alliance. At the same time, let the veteran soldiers serve as instructors at the Lehi River Fortress to manage and train them. This way, the Lehi River Fortress will become a military training base for the Alliance. First, train the reserve citizens to become qualified soldiers. Second, train the veteran soldiers to become qualified reserve officers. Third, they can be stationed at the Lehi River Fortress for a long time. Devers spoke with assurance, obviously having thought it through. The Lehi River Fortress controls the main road from Turiai to Laos and Lucania. I believe that this road will soon become busy due to the rapid increase of merchants. Think of it, instead of passing through the Straits of Messina and being exploited by Messina and Lygium, the caravan can go directly by land to the port of Laos on the western coast of the Apennines. Moreover, Laos is our ally and has a favorable tariff, which makes it very attractive to the Greek merchants. In addition, as long as we can stabilize the situation in Lucania, some of the goods in Lucania, such as furs, cattle, and sheep, will also attract the attention of the merchants. Therefore, we can collect a very small percentage of customs taxes at the Lehi River Fortress. This will not dampen the enthusiasm of the merchants, and the Alliance can use this money to buy food supplies for the garrison troops. At the same time, the soldiers will not be able to work for 2 to 3 months, so it should be more than enough. At first, the content of the trade that Devers talked about made Felicius dizzy. It was only when they mentioned the garrison troops at the Lehi River Fortress that Felicius understood that the food and salary of the garrison troops could be easily settled by collecting customs taxes. He could not help but be impressed. It will take about 3 days to travel from Turiai to Nudum through the mountain road, right? Devers suddenly asked. Yes, sir. When we set off, we traveled at a faster pace. Even so, it took us 3 days. Normally, it would take about 4 days, Felicius replied. I'm afraid it will take even more time if there is a pack to transport us. Devers tapped his fingers on the back of the chair and muttered to himself. Therefore, the construction of the road between Turiai, Nudum, and Laos must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. It will be best if the 3 cities are built at the same time. This way, we can connect Turiai and Lucania, strengthen the connection, and promote integration. 3 days later, Devers proposed to go to Nudum. Some elders tried to dissuade him from going at this time, citing the unstable political situation in Nudum. He replied firmly, I'm going to stabilize Nudum. Finally, he convinced the Senate and the trip was approved. The traveling team included Vespa, Scambras, Tridodermos, and more than a dozen other elders who did not have any official positions. They were escorted by the soldiers of the 1st Brigade. At the same time, the 1st Brigade was also temporarily replacing the 4th Brigade station in Nudum so that they could return to participate in the triumphal parade. In addition, there were the families of the soldiers of the 4th Brigade and a few merchants from the Alliance. Young Heraclid had been busy recently thinking about how to build the wooden bridge over the Krati River. Finally, there was some progress. Just as he was about to start work on the experiment, he was forcibly pulled by Devers and stuffed into the traveling team, saying that he was to investigate how to build the Turiai, Nudum, and Laos Avenue. Young Heraclid did not have his father's stubbornness, and the Devers were too kind to him. He had to temporarily put aside the work at hand and reluctantly followed the team to Nudum. But once he entered the state of work, his concentration allowed him to ignore the terrible environment around him and the identity of others. There are a lot of sharp stones on the ground in this mountain, which must be polished. This will undoubtedly increase a lot of labor and slow down the construction of the road. Look, there's a lot of floating soil on the mountain wall. If it rains, it may be washed down and block the road, so it must be fixed with mortar. Also, those small trees growing on the cliff have to be cut down. This section of the mountain road is too narrow. Even a cart can't pass through it. It must be widened. Well, I think we can roast this large protruding mountain wall with a fire and pour cold water on it. Then we can make it explode. But be careful, don't burn the forest. The Devers and elders surrounded young Heraclid like students, listening to his observation and analysis on how to build the road in the mountains. The whole team naturally did not move too fast. In the evening, the whole team could only sleep in the open on the mountain road. The guards in the 1st Brigade set up a cordon and sentry post. For the families of the 4th Brigade, the mountain was their home. After a year of separation, they returned to this familiar land, and their breathing became much smoother. They naturally lay down on the ground and soon fell asleep. Most of the soldiers of the 1st Brigade had gone on an expedition to Persia, so camping in the wild was the most common. Chapter 178. The half-year imprisonment that the Scambras and the other senators of Amyndalara had suffered was nothing compared to that. Only the Turiai senators listened to the howls of the various beasts in the forest at night and thought of the insects crawling out of the soil. They could not help but feel a chill down their spines. However, the consul took the lead and slept on the ground wrapped in a woolen blanket. They could only reluctantly follow suit. As they tossed and turned, unable to sleep, They heard the voice of a Lucaria senator, Vespa. Consul, I would like to ask, after taking Newton, does the Alliance plan to continue to attack north? Although his voice was soft, it was unusually clear in the dark. The Turii senator, who could not sleep, could not help but say, taking Newton and preventing the Lucaria from attacking Turii is enough. It's impossible to attack north again. Look, this mountain road is so difficult to travel, it will become very difficult to transport food. Besides, we are not familiar with the terrain in the north. The mountains are rugged and uneven. Our heavy infantry cannot spread out. It is easy to be ambushed by the Lucaria. I do not want to see the tragedy of the Lacanians' annihilation of the Turii army. Listening to the senator's voice, the Devers recognized that it was the Turii senator, Enanilus. His family was famous for shipbuilding in Turii. They once owned 2 shipyards in the port of Turii and were proficient in building 3-decker or warships. Unfortunately, they were all destroyed when the Crotone burned the city, and now the shipyards were being rebuilt. One of his younger brothers had died in the battle with the Turii army against Laos. Enanilus is right. We are not going to attack north now. We need to establish a foothold in Newton and let the Lacanians in Newton slowly integrate into the alliance. We need more Lucaria tribes in the north to recognize our alliance. This will all take time. Vespa breathed a sigh of relief at the Devers' words. He was afraid that the Devers would be hot-headed and continue to attack north after taking Newton. His people would be the vanguard and would suffer heavy losses. However, Enanilus understood the meaning of Devers' words. Lord Consul, it sounds like you're planning to attack the Lucaria region north of Newton in the future. Of course. When the news of our victory came back to Turii, weren't you all clamoring to defeat all the Lacanians? I remember someone talking about conquering Poseidonia. Devers said with a smile. That's what I said. Another voice came, and the Devers recognized it from the bonfire. It was the Turii senator, Misty. Misty sat up next to Enanilus and said embarrassedly, it was a spur of the moment. After walking for a while today, I realized that the reason why the Turii army was annihilated was not only because of the commander's negligence, but also because of the harsh environment here. Mistiscus's family was rich in mining. Before Crotone attacked Turii, his family kept more than 1,000 slaves and contracted a stone mine in the city. After the war, there were no more than 50 slaves left in the family. Now they mainly took on stone polishing and carving work for the temple, the Senate, and the Grand Square. Devers noticed that most of the senators were awakened and gathered around. So he said seriously, what do you mean by spur of the moment? Why can't we attack north and take Poseidonia and Picassus? After all, Laos is only our ally. We need to have our own port city on the west coast so that our maritime trade will be more convenient and our treasury will be greatly increased. Picassus and Poseidonia have better ports. Because of their race, the Lacanians have not been able to make full use of them, but our alliance can do it easily. Am I right, Lord Enanilus? Yes, Lord Devers. But Enanilus was still hesitating if he should say it was too risky. Devers turned to Vespa and said, I heard that there are a few small iron mines in the Lucania region. Is that right? Yes, there are. They are mainly distributed in the mountains between Potentia and Grimentum, Vespa said proudly. Vespa said proudly, that's why the Lacanians can make armor and short swords, unlike the Bruttians, who can only use simple spears. There are iron mines, and there might be other minerals like copper, tin, lead. We can find them in the future. In addition to wood, fur, livestock, and so on, the Lacania Mountains also contain great wealth. Don't you think so, Massasakus? Mistiscus. The knight hid the meaningful smile on Diver's face. Yes. Yes. Masasaka's voice became a little excited. The most important point is that we Greeks love the sea too much. As a result, cities are built along the coastline. Although it is good for obtaining wealth from the sea, it is also easy to attack and not good for defense. The alliance should vigorously advance inland, expand our living space, and integrate with Lucania. This way, even if a very powerful enemy invades, We can retreat to the mountains when we cannot defend the coastal cities. With the support of the Lacanian citizens, the mountains are our home. We can attack any enemy who dares to attack the mountains and defeat the powerful enemy in the end. After Devers finished his warning words, no one responded in the dark. Only rapid breathing could be heard. After a while, someone asked, "Lord Consul, do you think there will be a powerful enemy who will attack our alliance?" For now, isn't the Crotone a powerful enemy? 100 years ago, Sabers was strong enough in Greece, but didn't he also attract the enemy's attack? Didn't Athens, the former powerful city of Greece, also suffer the attack of the Peloponnesus alliance? When a city-state became strong and prosperous, other city-states would try their best to hinder its development or even defeat it out of fear or because they had challenged its position. This is a chaotic world, so we must find ways to strengthen ourselves. Otherwise, it will be like the tourists, where a single defeat will cause it to decline. The people around, especially the tourist elders, fell into deep thought. Why don't we attack the Gramentum now? We all know that the Gramentum and Picean have just had a battle, and both sides have suffered heavy losses. Now is the best time to attack it. After Scambras accepted Devers' point of view, he immediately became a little radical. If two brothers in a family are fighting, and an outsider comes in to steal something, do you think the two brothers will continue fighting, or work together to chase the outsider away first? Devers asked, "You mean our attack will make the Lacanians unite to fight against us?" Scambras immediately reacted. "Yes, it's very possible, but we have already entered the Lacanian home." Protesilaus continued, borrowing the analogy. Devers replied calmly, "Yes, but we can tell them we are retaliating against them for stealing from us last time. We will only take this little, and we will not steal anymore. We can also sign an agreement with them not to steal for a certain period of time. It will be enough as long as we have Nudum. Even if they have doubts, they will choose to believe it. Compared to the Greeks, who are not very interested in the harsh environment of mountains, their enemies are a greater threat. Once they are defeated, their entire tribe will be swallowed up, and their families will become slaves. In order to defeat their opponents as soon as possible, they will concentrate their forces to drive us away. What will they do then?" Protesilaus' eyes lit up, and he said loudly, "The battle between them will become more intense. In this way, there will be more tribes in the Lacanian land that will be impoverished because of the war." At this point, Devers thought of something and said apologetically, "Sir Vespa, I hope you can understand what I said." Vespa shook his head with a bitter expression and said in a low voice, "It is common for tribes to fight here. Yes, in the past, these weak tribes had no choice, but now they do. On one side is the big tribe that fiercely exploits them for the sake of winning the war, and on the other side is the peaceful life of Nudum. It is obvious what they will choose." Devers sincerely asked Vespa in order to unify Lucaria as soon as possible, so that this mountain area will no longer kill each other. "I hope that after you arrive in Nudum, Sir Vespa, you can visit the tribes more often and tell them that our alliance is friendly to the Lacanians, so that they will understand us and be more willing to join us." Vespa was silent for a moment and squeezed out a sentence. "I will try my best." At noon the next day, the group finally walked out of the narrow road and arrived at Fort Rahi. After carefully inspecting the situation of Fort Rahi, Devers praised the soldiers of the 2nd Brigade for their dedication to defend Fort Rahi and completed the final defense mission. He then announced that when he returned to the fort after his visit to Nudum, they would follow him back to Turiai, and they would be the first to appear in the triumphal parade. The soldiers cheered in unison. When the soldiers of the 1st Brigade heard this, they muttered a little indignantly, "A bunch of new recruits, they're just lucky." If we were not guarding Turiai, although the soldiers of the 1st Brigade were grumbling, it did not affect their march north. The area that they could now pass through was much wider, about 1 to 2 miles wide. To the east was the mountain ridge, and to the west was the Rahi. The Rahi was not wide, but both sides of the river were mostly cliffs, and the water was deep and rapid. It was difficult for a large group to cross to the other side. Chapter 179. Hearing his words, the Devers also fell into deep thought. But after all, he was knowledgeable in his previous life. He asked tentatively, "Can we build a chain bridge?" Chain bridge? Young Herakrid immediately looked at the Devers with an inquiring gaze. He had always valued the opinions of the Devers. So, the Devers told young Herakrid about the general structure of the chain bridge. He did not know much himself. Young Herakrid, who had rich experience in building bridges, suddenly had his eyes lit up. He pondered along the way, standing on the edge of the cliff and looking across the river from time to time. There were rolling hills and lush forests. It was not an area that could not be crossed, as long as there was a bridge. After walking for a while, young Herakrid said to the Devers, "I feel that building a chain bridge over the Ra River should be relatively easy. Of course, we still have to go through specific experiments before we can come to a conclusion. However, the most important material for this chain bridge should be the rope. From what I saw along the way, we need at least 50 meters of strong rope to reach the other side." "The rope is not a problem," an analyst said. As expected of a shipbuilder, he interrupted, "We just need to lengthen the rigging of the sailboat. I can guarantee that it will be strong and durable enough. But the number of people passing through the chain bridge at one time is limited. We can build a few more," the Devers added. Young Herakrid nodded, then looked at the ground and continued to think. Along the way, Diver's eyes were carefully observing the surrounding terrain. From time to time, he would see the Lacanians grazing in the forest on the right. Perhaps they were nervous and wary of such a large army, especially the fully armed 1st Brigade. Some of them simply hid behind trees and rocks to peep at them. Even when the frightened sheep ran out of the forest and into the army, they did not dare to come and ask for it. They should be Lacanians from Mayudum, right? The cattle and sheep they graze should be rented from the Alliance, right? The Devers asked with interest. So, Vespa took the sheep from the soldiers, walked to the edge of the forest, and shouted to them in Lacanian. After a while, he returned the sheep and came to the side of the Devers. The elders all gathered around, wanting to know what he had said to the locals here. "Lord Devers, they are indeed Nudum, but not all of them are Lacanians. One of the former Greek slaves of Utrecht was now free and had married a Lacanian widow. He was now a prospective citizen of the Union. There were also 2 Lacanians who were once slaves and were now citizens of the Alliance. One of them even married a Greek woman who was also a slave. The other Shepherdians are from small tribes that were once bullied by the Utilers. They're now probationary citizens of the Alliance." Wespa explained. "What is their attitude towards the Alliance?" Scombers asked. Vespa glanced at him and replied, "They are very grateful to the Alliance for saving them. Now that they are citizens, they feel free, but they complain a little." "What are you complaining about?" Scombers asked anxiously. "They complain that the Alliance won't let them rent more livestock." Vespa kept a straight face, trying not to smile. "They're thinking too much, but there are only so many livestock. If they take more, others won't have any," Scombers muttered. "Do they have any objections to the 5% tax?" Masasakas asked. "This tax is a lot less than before. Now, they just want their livestock to have more babies because they can keep those babies for themselves," Vespa replied. "It seems like Sesta and Bagul are doing well in Nudum. The people here are starting to accept us." The Devers smiled. Even the elders who had opposed accepting the Lacanians had to agree with the Devers. In the afternoon, the Devers team arrived in Nudum. Nudum was similar to Amendola. It was also built on a small hill, but it was larger than Amendola and had wooden walls. At this point, the cliff on the east bank of the La River became sloping and gentle, allowing people to reach the river more easily. From here, the terrain gradually rose, and the area became more open. Further north was the area between the La River and the upper reaches of the Sini River. The Lacanians called it the fertile land of the mountains. In fact, its terrain was not flat, but compared to the mountains, it was much better. The land was also more fertile and suitable for farming, so it became the settlement of small tribes. It was also the reason why the Lacanians of Nudum chose to build their city here. In the morning, Sima received a notice from the governor's residence. The lifetime Devers of the Alliance of Dionia would be visiting. Sima and the other Lacanian youths enthusiastically signed up and came forward to welcome them. After a period of publicity and hearing the rumors, Sima had long been eager to meet the famous general of the Alliance and the rumored son of God. Although he waited for a long time, Sima, who was already a little tired, quickly cheered up when he saw the large team. He followed Sesta and walked forward. He saw the man surrounded by the crowd. He was very young, but everyone around him had sincere respect for him, making him exude an indescribable majesty. However, he always had a friendly smile on his face, and he greeted everyone sincerely. The majesty and gentleness formed a strange harmony on him. "Sir, I violated the Senate's order. I made a mistake," Sesta told the Devers honestly. "No, it's because we don't understand the situation here. You've done a good job here. Facts have proven that you're an outstanding city governor. This is the opinion of me and the elders." The Devers kindly affirmed his previous actions. "Thank you, sir." Sesta was relieved. Previously, he had heard from the slave sent by Felicius that the Senate was dissatisfied with him killing the captives. "Greetings, Sir Devers. Bagul, you've completed the mission given to you by the Alliance. I've also fulfilled my promise. Look, not only did I bring your father and your clansmen, I also brought a special guest. Guess who it is?" Compared to Sesta's conversation, the Devers appeared more relaxed when facing Bagul. They even joked. "I can't guess," Bagul answered, scratching his head. "Look behind you. Ah, Andrea. It's a little too late to recognize her now. Andrea will punish you for forgetting her." After the Devers finished joking, Andrea glared at Bagul, her face flushed. "Ha, ha, ha." Everyone laughed. "I originally wanted to hold your wedding here, but Andrea insisted on holding it during Hera's wedding ceremony in April next year. So, you guys can discuss it among yourselves. I can't help you." Diver's teasing made everyone laugh again. "That's right. Greetings, Sir Devers. I'm Hemant." A middle-aged, muscular man stepped forward and said respectfully, "Oh, I know you. Sesta wrote a letter to praise you, saying that you actively cooperated with him, stabilized the situation in the city, and helped him solve many problems. Thank you very much." The Devers immediately praised him loudly. "It's nothing. I'm also a citizen of the Alliance." Hemant felt that it was worth it to have the number one person in the Alliance remember him. "Yes, it's great to know each other like this. This Alliance is mine, and it is yours, and it is the Greeks, and it is the Lucanians." "You're right, Sir Devers." As Kesima listened, he could not help but feel excited. He felt as if he had really integrated into this alliance. At that moment, the Devers came before him. "Sir Devers, I'm Kesima." He strode forward and bowed respectfully. The Devers returned the Lacanian bow and said happily, "You're Bagul's good friend, right? I've heard about you from Bagul. I'm also his good friend. I wonder if I have a chance to be your good friend?" "Of course, of course," Kesima answered excitedly. The Devers greeted everyone who came out to welcome them one by one. Then he asked Sesta, "Why isn't Assis here?" "Due to the long wait, the second and fourth teams are playing football to kill time. Assists is the referee. Didn't I ask Izam to tell you not to call so many people to welcome us?" The Devers criticized. "They came willingly. They all hope to be praised by you, sir," Sesta quickly explained. "But now, it seems that football is more attractive than me," the Devers said jokingly, dispelling his previous dissatisfaction. He looked in the direction Sesta was pointing. Not far from the north of the city gate was a large circle of people. Cheers and exclamations could be heard from time to time. "Tourists haven't started the competition because the arena hasn't been built yet, but you guys have started it first." The Devers laughed. "Yes, the soldiers of the second and fourth teams are playing football every day. It often attracts the people here to watch," Sesta said worriedly. "I'm just afraid that they will be too engrossed in the game and delay the proper business. So, I have to warn Bagul and Dracos to control their soldiers." The Devers nodded and said, "But it seems that the people here also like this game. Sir Divers, we really like football. Just watching the game is enough to make us excited." Kursima interrupted. "Do you know how to play?" The Devers asked with interest. Chapter 180. "Haha, that's because he hasn't had enough," the Devers said and became excited. "Do you guys want to play?" "Of course." The Lacanian youths rushed to answer. All right, I'll be the quarterback. Who's willing to form a team with me and challenge the winner of their game? The Devers said loudly. I'm willing. Sesama quickly shouted. Ureza also stood up. Soon, a team of 55 people was formed. Apart from the Devers and the guard captain, Marcius, who were Greeks, the rest were youths from the Lacanian tribe. The Devers led the unusually excited youths toward the arena. More Lacanians followed closely behind. Due to the Devers' instructions, the guards did not stop them. They could only protect the 55 youths in the middle. Sesta quickly pulled Kappas back, hoping that he would command the soldiers of the first platoon to maintain order in the arena. The families of the fourth platoon were arranged to enter the city, while the Turii elders slowly walked toward the arena. Vespa, did you really become a Senate elder of the Diana Alliance like your son said? Himeng looked enviously at Vespa, who was standing among the elders. He was wearing the same clothes as the other elders, and his every movement seemed to have the aura of a big shot. This kind of envious gaze greatly satisfied Vespa's vanity. Himeng wasn't the only one who reacted this way. Many of his old acquaintances looked at him differently now. It was a mixture of surprise, fear, and respect. It made Vespa feel like he had returned home in glory. This feeling of satisfaction drowned out the guilt he felt for defecting to the enemy. Of course it's true. Vespa answered with certainty. Mimicking the other elders, he shook the sleeve of Bolton's robe, revealing the purple sleeve that symbolized Senate elders. Didn't the consul just say that the alliance belongs to the Greeks and the Lacanians? Therefore, it's normal for a Lacanian to enter the alliance's Senate and become an elder. Sir Devers is indeed very friendly to us Lacanians. The fact that he was able to gain the recognition of those young people so quickly shows that he truly has no prejudice against us. But Hemont pointed at the Turin senators in front of him and whispered, their attitude seems to be a little worse. There's nothing we can do about it. They are either Turii or Eminderans, and they have suffered at the hands of the Lacanians, and it is impossible for them to change their attitude in a short time. Lord Devers said, it takes time to change them. Fortunately, the consul is in charge of the alliance. Vespa also said honestly in a low voice. What do you do as an elder of the Senate? Hemont asked curiously. I propose proposals, pass bills, discuss major events in the alliance, and help the consul come up with solutions. Vespa said with a hint of pride, sometimes I'm also in charge of specific matters. For example, I am now in charge of the affairs of the citizens of Lucania and Lucania Municipality. The Senate will first ask for my opinion on any issues related to Lucania, and I can also put forward my own proposals and plans to protect the interests of the Lucanians. For example, I suggested imposing a 5% tax on the Lucanian citizens in Niudum. Originally, the Greek citizens in the alliance had to pay 10% for renting their land. It was obvious that Vespa was bragging. When the proposal was passed, he had not yet entered the Senate. Oh, you have done a great thing for us. Hemont looked at him with admiration, which made Vespa even more proud. Fortunately, he did not forget his main purpose in coming to Niudum. But the Lacanians only have me and Bagul in the Senate. Bagul may stay in Niudum in the future, and my power alone is too weak to argue with so many Greek senators to fight for more benefits for the citizens of Lucania. Sigh. Then, can the other Lacanians also become Senate senators? This way, we can also help you gain more benefits for the Lacanians. Himeng asked anxiously. Vespa laughed inwardly. What other Lacanians? Aren't you talking about yourself? What are you pretending for? It's not like I don't know what kind of person you, Hemont, are. He cleared his throat and said, of course, as long as he can make a great contribution to the alliance, such as getting more Lucaria tribes to join the alliance, getting more support from the Lacanians, being able to complete some difficult tasks in Lucania Municipality, and so on, making the Senate feel that he can play a greater role in Lucania's affairs, then it will be easy to become a senator. Hemont listened carefully, his eyes flashing with a burning light. In the evening, the Devers and senators listened to Sesta's report at the governor's residence. To this day, there are 2,503 prospective citizens registered at Newton, of whom 2,201 are Lacarians and 302 Greeks. In those days, there were 627 mixed marriages between Greeks and Lacanians. We have distributed 785 cows and 5,400 sheep, and the remaining 203 cows and 2,000 sheep are going to be distributed to the soldiers of the 4th Brigade. When the assist said this, Bagul immediately expressed his gratitude. Now the small tribes, captives, and slaves in Nayudum have all become prospective citizens of the Alliance. If the 4th Brigade settles here, then there will be a total of 3,455 citizens in Nayudum, including the prospective citizens. As soon as the assist finished speaking, the Devers directly said, I can tell you clearly that the 4th Brigade will settle in Nayudum and become the backbone of stability and defense of Nayudum. This is what the soldiers of the 4th Brigade hope for. As citizens of the Alliance, we will definitely keep Nayudum firmly under control. Bagul solemnly declared. The senators nodded one after another. They were satisfied with this answer. Lord Sesta, Bagul, and assists, you were able to stabilize the situation in Nayudum in such a short time and achieve so many results. On behalf of the Senate, I extend my sincere respect for your outstanding performance. With that, the Devers took the lead and applauded with the senators. In the applause, all three of them seemed a little excited. Sesta was excited because he had used his performance to prove to the Devers that his talent was not inferior to the leaders of the expedition to Persia, thus attracting the attention of the consul. Bagul was excited because he and his Lacanian tribe's performance had been recognized by the Greek senators, making it easier for them to integrate into the alliance. And Assis was excited because he had proved to the Devers that he had the ability to work independently. Perhaps the Devers would assign him a more important task next time. In addition, I heard from Bagul that the leaders of the small tribes such as Hemont, Sima, and Eurasia are going to send people to the mountains to persuade the tribes that fled into the mountains to come down and join the alliance. In the past 2 days, people from Laos have also come to Nayudum to ask to join the alliance, the Assis added. Our cattle and sheep have been distributed. What should we do? Scambras asked hurriedly. These tribes all have livestock. We only need to distribute land to them, and we have enough land, Bagul replied. Even if the fertile land between the mountains has been distributed in the future, we can still distribute it to Turii. Now that the land in Turii has been rented out to the probationary citizens, there is still a lot of vacant land in the west, mainly the higher land west of the Kosini River and the Tyrol River, that has been prepared to be rented out to the free people who have registered to apply for probationary citizenship. The Devers reminded everyone. Some of the senators nodded, while others were a little hesitant. As for the matter of Laos, we have to put it aside for now. We will wait for Avenogis to come and discuss it, the Devers said hesitantly. Will Avenogis come? Massasakas asked uncertainly. He has to come, Protesilaus said loudly. The alliance helped him capture Laos, and he has yet to express his gratitude to us. Now that we have arrived in Newton, and he still hasn't come, are we supposed to go to Laos as the alliance master? Maybe he doesn't know we are here yet. Sesta put in a good word for Avenogis. Laos has always been in contact with Newton. With so many of us and such a large force, it is impossible that he has not heard of it. We will know tomorrow if he is coming or not. If he is not coming, then we need to reconsider how much sincerity Laos has towards the alliance. The Devers understood that Sesta, as the governor of Newton, would still need the help of Laos in the future, but as a consul, the Devers needed to consider the overall situation from a higher position. The Devers' words were met with approval by the senators. Sesta, Bagul, after you settle down the people of Newton, you have to implement military training. I will ask Felicius to send instructors over to train. Split up the youths of the tribes, and try to mix with the Greek citizens. If there are not enough Greeks, mix with the other tribes. We must not let the warriors of the various tribes gather together. Also, hold as many rugby matches as possible. I think the young people of Lucaria like this game very much. Yes, sir. Sima and the others have told me many times that rugby is much more interesting than bullfighting. We Lacanians like this kind of intense sport. Bagul interrupted. Then let them compete, but they must be mixed with Greeks and Lacanians. This will also help the Lacanians learn to speak Greek. Oh, speaking of this, Bagul, you have to think of a way to let the Lacanians of Newton learn to speak Greek as much as possible. Chapter 181. Then, Devers asked the question that all the senators were concerned about. Is there any movement in the Gramentum in the north? On the second day after we captured Newton, there were Gramentum scouts who entered the fertile mountain ridge. After they were discovered by the soldiers of the 4th Brigade, they quickly escaped, Sesta answered. They knew that Newton had fallen so quickly. Devers asked in confusion, because the Senate had received the war report that no one escaped after Newton was captured. Sesta saw that there was something wrong with Devers's expression and quickly explained, Bagul and I later analyzed that when we attacked Newton, there should be people grazing in the mountains. When they saw that the city had fallen, they directly fled to the Gramentum. Since then, the scouts from the Gramentum have not appeared again. We sent Isam's team to investigate, and at the same time, we received information from the Lacanian people who ran over from the north. Only then did we know that after the great leader of the Picassus, Sinsing, occupied the Gramentum, the relationship between him and the tribes who had betrayed Lazo was very strained. Those tribes did not listen to Sinsing's orders at all because he did not fulfill the promise he had made to them. Now, both sides each occupy half of the city and are very wary of each other. Perhaps because of this, the Gramentum did not take any action against us for occupying Newton. The improvement of the situation in the north did not make Devers feel better. On the contrary, he looked solemn and questioned, why did no one report these things to the Senate in advance? The Senate will not interfere with your governance of Newton, but we manage the entire alliance. Every accurate intelligence and news will determine the next strategy of the Senate. War or peace with the Gramentum? Do we need to mobilize the entire alliance for war? Wait, do you think that Newton alone can withstand the attack of the Lacanian army? The Devers' unkind criticism made Sesta unable to lift his head, and Assis felt even more guilty. Originally, he was going to report to the Devers, but Sesta said, let's figure out the situation first. Asking the Senate for instructions at every turn makes us look incompetent. Being a young man, he agreed. After figuring out the whole story, he happened to hear that the Devers were coming, so he put it aside for the time being. He didn't expect the Devers to be so angry. Lord Sesta, you violated the Senate's order and killed the captives without permission. The Senate did not pursue the matter seriously only because the consul interceded for you. Now, you're acting on your own and hiding the news. You're not respecting the Senate. Do you think the Senate won't impeach you just because you have a 2-year term? Scombers criticized loudly. Then, one by one, the senators expressed their dissatisfaction with Sesta's actions. Sesta's face was red, but he was smart enough to remain silent and did not argue for himself. Of course, the Devers would not let the governor and assistant they recommended, Newton, continue to be criticized, so they came out to smooth things over. The results you've done are still important. However, I hope that you'll learn from this lesson and keep in touch with the Senate so that we can keep abreast of the situation in the Lucaria region. The Devers said that, but in their hearts, they had already made up their minds. After returning, they would increase the investment in the private intelligence organization that they personally controlled and urge Aristiras to expand the scope of his intelligence collection. Is there anything else that we forgot to report? Finally, the Devers reminded them. My lords, with a red face, the assist plucked up his courage and said, the day before yesterday, a family from Lucaria came to complain, saying her daughter married a Greek. After this Greek obtained the status of a probationary citizen and rented the allocated land, he began to mistreat his daughter. He beat and scolded her every day and even said that he wanted a divorce. After our investigation, what he said was basically true. We warned the Greek, saying, if he dares to divorce, we will revoke his citizenship and expel him from the alliance. However, I feel that this is not the only case. I hope this will attract the attention of the Senate. You've done the right thing. However, such a shameless person, I think he should be caned as a warning. Scombres said angrily. Although he did not like the Lucaria people, he disliked the people who exploit loopholes in the law and play petty tricks even more. It seems that we need to investigate the living conditions of the freedmen after they marry Turii women. Also, we need to amend the marriage bill that was previously promulgated and add additional requirements, such as no divorce within 5 or 8 years otherwise, said the Devers thoughtfully. His words received the approval of the senators, and they discussed amending the marriage bill. That night, after everyone left, the assist sincerely admitted his mistake to the Devers alone. The Devers did not criticize him, but praised him for his performance in Newdom that exceeded his expectations, and hoped that he would continue to play a greater role in Newdom, and that he would stick to his own views and not be swayed by the opinions of others. The next morning, the expectations of the Dionia senators did not fall short. Laus Avenogus drove a large number of cattle and sheep, loaded with animal furs, jewelry, mainly amber, traded from Massilia, and 10 talents silver as a token of appreciation from Laos for Dionia's help. This time, the Dionia senators did not complain and immediately held a simple but grand banquet for the arrival of Avenogus. The banquet was held in the governor's residence in Newdom. The Devers and the Senate senators present, including Sesta and Bugul, were all present, while on Laus's side, only Avenogus and his 17-year-old son, Hinepolis. The banquet for the father and son was arranged at the seat on the left of the Devers. Avenogus was about 40 years old, stocky, and looked more like a Lucarian than a Greek. He looked simple and honest, and although he was wearing a Greek bolton, his behavior was not very natural, and it seemed that he had rarely worn it before. His son, on the other hand, was weak and delicate, and his clothes fluttered in the wind, very much like a Greek noble young master. Although the Devers were very young, Avenogus was very respectful to them. When he followed the Devers into the living room, he was always half a step behind and always used honorifics when he spoke. As soon as Hinepolis sat down, he asked directly, "I heard that the Greeks hold banquets while lying down. Why is this different?" Avenogus immediately winked at him, and Scombres opposite him smiled and said, "Young man, you know the Greek way of life very well." "Of course, I'm a Greek," Hinepolis responded bluntly. Perhaps because he was a little rude, Avenogus patted him lightly. "Our Alliance's hospital has researched that eating while lying down is not conducive to the absorption of food, and it's easy to get fat. In fact, it was Devers who instructed helps to do the research, and then spread it to the patients who came to see the doctor. Eating while sitting down can smoothly reach the stomach, which is good for health. For old people like me, this is very important. Of course, we have to choose the right way to eat," Scombres said with a smile. Due to Greek tradition, the elderly were always very tolerant of young, handsome boys. Even in our remote Laos, there are often people who praise the excellent medical skills of the Dionia Alliance's doctors. Of course, what they say is very correct. As soon as Avenogus finished speaking, Hinepolis interrupted curiously, "I heard that the Alliance's doctors are guided by Pluto. Is this true?" "I'm not too sure about this." Devers smiled and said perfunctorily, "If you have the chance, you can personally go to Turii and ask Helps, the director of the Turii hospital." Unexpectedly, Hinepolis nodded vigorously and promised, "Well, I'll go to Turii right away. I'll ask the Helps that you just mentioned." When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. At this time, Avenogus said, "Sir Devers, I have a request." "Please say it. I want my son to follow you to live in the Alliance." As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked again. "Sir Avenogus." Devers thought that the leader of Laos was worried that Dionia would burn the bridge after crossing it. So he said solemnly, "The alliance established between the Alliance and Laos is a sacred covenant made under the witness of the gods. Unless Laos breaks the contract, the Dionia Alliance will not break the oath under any circumstances. You can rest assured about this. Everyone in Greece knows about the story of Sir Devers keeping the promise. Of course, I believe it. I'm not worried about the covenant, but..." Avenogus smiled bitterly. "Sigh, My child has been weak and sickly since he was a child. At the beginning of this year, he almost went to see Aussie because of a high fever. Then he went to hell. I heard that the Alliance's medical skills are excellent, and my son has been yearning for Greek culture since he was a child. Therefore, my decision is actually adding trouble to the Alliance. But as a father, I hope the Alliance can agree to my request. Avenogis said so sincerely that after the Devers and the Elders exchanged glances, they also made a decision. In this case, on behalf of the Alliance, I welcome Hinepolis to Turii as a long-term guest. Also, give him the best care in medical and education so that he can live a healthy and happy life in the Alliance, so that he can return to Laos in the future and inherit your family business, Sir Avenogis, because he is your only son. Chapter 182. Avenogis touched his son's head lovingly. There was some reluctance in his eyes. After a while, he expressed his gratitude to the Devers. After that, the relationship between the two parties became much closer, and the banquet became livelier. After toasting a few glasses of wine, Avenogis said loudly, Sir Devers, we Laos are prepared to implement a lifelong governor system like the Alliance. Is that okay? The elders were slightly surprised, but the Devers looked calm. He smiled and said, Our covenant clearly states that the Alliance will not interfere with the internal affairs of any Alliance city-states. We only ask the Alliance to advance and retreat together in military affairs, to maintain unity in diplomacy, and to strengthen economic exchanges. Avenogis was overjoyed, but he heard the Devers say, but he began to feel nervous again. I have a small suggestion for Laos. I hope you can always ensure the stability of the city. Otherwise, if there's a riot and you can't solve it, we will have to send troops to help you restore order in Laos City. Sending troops to war is a hard and costly thing, don't you think? The Devers said, half-jokingly, and the elders echoed. Avenogis was relieved. In fact, he did not want to be a lifelong governor at all. The people of Laos were not used to the Greek system of government. He just wanted to be the great leader of Laos City. However, to prevent the Daionia Alliance from thinking that Laos was a native town, he chose to be a lifelong governor because he felt that the position was very similar to that of a great leader. At this moment, he said happily, I am very honored to be an ally of the Daionia Alliance. I promise Sir Devers and the elders that I, Avenogis, will do my best to ensure the stability of Laos City and will always be the best ally of the Daionia Alliance. Good. Everyone praised in unison. I want to dance for the respected Sir Devers and the elders to express my most sincere gratitude. Avenogis was also interested in the applause. He drank the wine in his glass and strode to the center of the hall. With the help of the wine, he began to shake his shoulders and spin in circles, singing loudly. The high mountain, that was the residence of Asanu. At the foot of the mountain, we graze cattle and sheep. A beautiful girl flashed in the forest. The happy figure was like a jumping deer. Drawing my gaze, Vespa and Bagul began to sing along loudly. Although the Devers and the other elders did not understand what they were singing, they still hummed along to the beat. The decades of humiliation and cautiousness of Avenogis were swept away in the heroic singing and vigorous dancing. There was only joy left in his heart, an indescribable comfort in his heart. When he sat down, the applause lasted for a long time. Scambra stood up with a flushed face. He hiccuped and said, the guests from Laos have performed a dance. The Alliance should respond as well. I'll sing an ode to Zeus for everyone. All right, good. A few days ago, Sinsing was in ecstasy. He had defeated Luoso, the son of Akapiru, and occupied the city of Gramintum. With 2 big cities, he could become the new overlord of Lucania. But a series of events that followed made him realize that it was not easy to replace Akapiru. Because he was reluctant to distribute most of the seized property of the Akapiru tribe to the tribe that betrayed Luoso, and even more reluctant to divide most of the land owned by the Akapiru tribe to the tribe of Gramintum. On the one hand, he was stingy, and on the other hand, the tribe of Picassus that followed him also needed to be rewarded. Of course, he could distinguish who was close and who was distant. His breaking of the contract naturally aroused the anger of the Gramentum tribe. They united to occupy the North City, refused Sinsing's men to enter the area under their control, and threatened to drive Sinsing out of Gramentum. Sinsing was furious. He was already confident that he was the master of both Picassus and Gramentum. How could he allow anyone to damage his dignity? Under his orders, the warriors of Picassus had already fought several small battles with the tribes of Gramentum in the city. At the same time, he once again used tricks to try to break up the tribes that united against him by bribing them. But he failed because none of the Gramentum leaders were willing to believe his promises. Sinsing was racking his brains to think of a way to deal with these Gramentum tribes that betrayed him when worse news came. Nudum had been seized. He immediately urgently asked the Lacanian herdsmen who had fled to Gramentum. When he heard that they all said they saw countless Greek soldiers enter the city of Nudum, Sinsing was so shocked that he could not recover for a long time. He could hardly believe the fact that Nudum had been captured by the Greeks. How is this possible? Since the Lacarians came south from the central part of the Apennine Peninsula more than 100 years ago, they had always occupied the land of other tribes. There had never been a record of a large city being captured by other tribes. With a skeptical attitude, Sinsing sent spies to investigate. Although the northern part of Nudum was heavily guarded, the Lacarians were, after all, a herding and hunting race. The spies sneaked into the mountains under Nudum's control and obtained accurate information from the Nudum people who grazed in the mountains. Nudum had been ruled by the Dionia City-State Alliance, and this alliance was ruled by the Greek Devers who defeated the Lacanian tribal coalition. When Sinsing heard this news, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was panic-stricken and at a loss. His first thought was to escape back to Picassus immediately and stay away from the Greek who defeated the mighty Asopyrus. Then, he wanted to reach a compromise with the tribes of Gramentum to deal with the possible Greek attack together. However, the tribes of Gramentum, who were in a weak position, thought that this was a great opportunity to force Sinsing to give in. They proposed conditions such as letting the forces of Picassus withdraw from Gramentum. This was unacceptable to Sinsing. With strong enemies on the outside and troubles on the inside, Sinsing was unwilling to withdraw from Gramentum, which he had spent countless efforts and sacrificed countless tribesmen to obtain. After a few days of suffering, he finally decided to take the risk of losing Picassus and once again transfer more warriors from Picassus to Gramentum to join him. They would first work together to defeat these hostile tribes and completely control the central city of the Lacanians. Just as he was about to send the messenger to Picassus and hand over the transfer order to Ninath, who was guarding Picassus, the guard came in to report that a Lacanian who claimed to be the messenger of Nudum asked to see the great leader. Sinsing was taken aback. He hesitated for a moment and decided to meet him. When Hemont was brought into the meeting hall of Gramentum, he kept looking around. 2 rows of fierce warriors stood straight at the entrance of the hall. Sinsing sat high up in the middle of the hall, and on both sides of the 3 steps sat the leaders of the tribes of Picassus. Hemont looked at the solemn hall. There had long been rumors that Akapru wanted to be the king of the Lacanians. At least from this unique meeting hall of tribal leaders, he might really have this intention. But unfortunately, while Hemont was thinking, Sinsing spoke from above. "I didn't expect the messenger of Nudum to be you. I heard that your city was occupied by the Greeks. Is that true?" Before it was annexed by Nudum, Hemont tribe was also very influential in the fertile lands of the mountains, so he, as a tribal leader, was also a little famous in the Lucaria area. He saluted respectfully and said, "Dear great leader Sinsing, Nudum now belongs to the city-states alliance of Dionia, and Laos has also become an ally of the Dionia alliance under the leadership of Avineges. What? Laos has also surrendered to the Greeks. I have long said that the Greek bastards are unreliable. What should we do now? Without Laos holding us back, the Greeks can attack us without worry." Hemont's words were like a clap of thunder, causing the sitting leaders to panic. Sinsing originally liked this high seat, as it could reflect the noble status of the great leader. At this moment, he only hated that the seat was too conspicuous, making it impossible for him to hide his fear. He clenched the armrest of the seat tightly and saw Hemont standing there with a smile, looking like he was watching a good show, turning his fear into anger. Damn Nudum, you have forgotten Asinu's teachings and surrendered to our enemy. How dare you appear here? Do you think my dagger is not sharp enough? You are wrong, great leader. I did not surrender to the Greeks, but became a citizen of the Dionia Alliance. Not only can I continue to sacrifice for Asinu, but as long as I have enough silver, I can also build Asinu's temples in Turii, Amendola, and other territories of the Dionia Alliance without interference. The goat fighting competition will continue to be held in Nudum every autumn, and the Lucaria's custom of marriage, kidnapping has not changed. The Lucarians of Nudum and I have voluntarily become citizens of the Dionia Alliance, but we are still Lucarians, but we have more freedom, more land, cattle, and sheep, and we only have to pay very little tax. Hemont proudly and loudly proclaimed the benefits of becoming a citizen of the Dionia Alliance. The leaders and warriors in the hall were in disbelief. Can the Greeks be so good to us Lucarians? Chapter 183. Shut up. Drag this Lucanian traitor away, chop him up, and feed him to the dogs. Sensing yelled angrily. He could not allow Hemont to preach the benefits of the Greeks here. This might destroy the morale of his people. Kill me? Great. The consul and Devers of Dionia are the most protective. When you attacked his camp, he annihilated the Lucanian Alliance army. Since the people of Crodone invaded his territory, he would capture all of them and turn them into captives. If you kill a citizen of the Dioria Alliance, believe it or not, the army of the Dioria Alliance will come to the city of Gramentum tomorrow. Hemont shouted fearlessly, allowing the soldiers to hold his hands. Sensing's face twitched a few times. He changed his words and said, Get him out of here. Hemont laughed in his heart. He had long heard that the great leader of Picassus was a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Sure enough, if it was Akapuru, he would not have dared to volunteer himself to die. Don't you want to hear the good news I bring? Sensing's hand stopped in the air. What good news? The leaders asked anxiously. Hemont pushed the guard away and said loudly, As the envoy of the Dioria Alliance, I was appointed by the Senate to discuss the possibility of peace with Gramentum and Pixius. Sensing was shocked when he heard this. The Greeks won't attack us. That's great. We don't have to give up Gramentum. We can't trust the Greeks. If they want peace, why occupy Nudum? There was a sense of relief in the heated debate between the leaders. Stupid Picassus people, have you forgotten the old saying of us Lucanians? You are not afraid of the wolves when you have a big stick in your hand. Hemont laughed. If the Dioria Alliance didn't occupy Nudum, would you be willing to sit down and negotiate with them? The Greeks, who loved the sea, were not interested in the land of Lucaria at all. There were mountains everywhere, the land was barren, and the roads were terrible. It was difficult to do business and travel. If it weren't for the fact that the Lucanians always attacked the Turii through Nudum, the Alliance occupied Nudum to protect their territory and blocked your way south. The leaders thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. They didn't say anything else. Sensing asked again with uncertainty, Do the Greeks really intend to negotiate with me? Of course it's real. Otherwise, why would I be here? Hemont said angrily. Sensing immediately felt relaxed. He leaned back in his chair and said, Is it because Nudum is still in chaos and you're afraid that I'll take the opportunity to attack? Great leader, aren't you saying it the other way around? Hemont said sarcastically. Sensing coughed awkwardly and said, Well, let me hear the conditions of your Dioria Alliance. Both sides had the will to make peace, so naturally, the negotiations went smoothly. A day later, the agreement was reached. The city-state alliance of Dionia, Picassus, and Gramentum were separated by the narrow road between the two rivers. The two sides could not invade each other, and the two sides could open a market at the junction. The Dionia Alliance could not support the enemies of Picassus. If there were small tribes or wandering mountain people not under the jurisdiction of Picassus seeking refuge in Nudum, Picassus could not stop them. The duration of the agreement was 1 year. Originally, Sensing wanted the duration to be 5 years, but Hemont refused. His reason was that many people in the alliance doubted whether Picassus could keep his word. If Picassus could win the trust of the elders of the Daionia alliance with a good performance for a year, then the next renewal period would be extended. Sensing was angry, but there was nothing he could do. He needed this peace agreement more than the Greeks, so that he could deal with the hostile tribes in Gramintum without any worries, and then deal with Potentia, who had accepted Lazo. As for the Daionia alliance, that would at least have to wait until he became the leader of the Lycarians. Before the Daionia alliance signed a contract with Sensing, Laos Avenogus had already reached a new agreement with the alliance. First, Laos agreed to build the Turii, Nudum, Laos Avenue, and was willing to provide a large number of laborers. There were originally a large number of Greek slaves in Laos, mainly the descendants of Cyprus. They were now free people, but Avenogus could not let them obtain land, so they could only sell their labor to make a living. In addition, the Lycarians in Laos were either killed or enslaved. At the same time, Avenogus also intended to provide all the funds for the road construction. On this condition, the Devers politely declined his good intentions and finally proposed that both sides share the cost. Second, without the permission of Laos, the Daionia alliance was not allowed to turn the people of Laos who entered or escaped into the alliance into citizens of the alliance, and was responsible for sending them back. At the southernmost tip of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, there was a land called Lacedaemon in ancient times, and now it was called Lagania. This land was surrounded by some natural barriers, with the east and south facing the sea. In the north stood the dark and terrible mountains. In the west lay the desolate and tall Tajitos Mountains. Its 5 peaks, which stood like sharp claws, were often covered with snow, even in the hot summer. The small plains protected by these dangerous terrains were run through from north to south by the muddy and rapid Rhodas River. At the mouth of the river, in the red rocks on the promontory cliff, was the tomb of Helen, who had once dazzled Greece and caused the 10 years of Trojan War. Along the river, to the middle of the river, there was a city without walls called Sparta. It was a rather rustic city. Although it seemed to cover a large area, except for the temple, the other buildings were low and simple. However, it had a kind of quiet and peace unique to the countryside, without the noise of the vendors in the market or the frolicking of the actors. In the morning, people in the city got up early. The Helots went to the fields to work, the housewives stayed at home to take care of the house, and the men went out to participate in military training, and some participated in political affairs. The Council of Elders and the Overwatch Council were the 2 most powerful institutions in Sparta. On this day, both institutions were dealing with the affairs of Asia Minor at the same time. For the powerful Overwatch Council, Tiburon's arrogant words to Cleitharps in Ephesus were destined to be a joke. The evidence of his malfeasance was conclusive, and the emissary of the Asia Minor alliance was still in Sparta, waiting for the result of the trial. No one dared to intercede for him, and he almost had no chance to defend himself. He was fined and sentenced, banished. At this point, Tiburon would be driven out of Sparta. In the Council of Elders, except for King Arsus, who was seriously ill and could not be present, so he entrusted his brother Agelaus to attend on his behalf. The other 29 elders arrived on time. First, they discussed the aftermath of the city-state of Elis. The city-state of Elis was located near the Olympia area of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. It had always been supported by Sparta, which was why it was able to win the right to host the Olympia from another city-state, Pisa. Unexpectedly, during the Peloponnesus War, it turned to Athens, and the year before last, it also stopped King Arsus of Sparta, who went to the Olympia to offer sacrifices to the temple of Zeus because of the Delphic oracle. These things finally angered the people of Sparta. 6 years after Athens surrendered, they declared war on Elis and sent King Arsus, who had been humiliated, to lead an army to invade Elis. If it wasn't for the earthquake, which made Arsus think that it was not a good omen and take the initiative to withdraw, then the war would have ended at the beginning of the year. Under the urging of the censor, a few months later, Arsus led his troops to successfully invade the territory of Elis again. They burned, looted, destroyed fields and buildings, and captured a large number of livestock and slaves. Finally, They arrived at Elis. This city, which was also not protected by walls, trembled under the threat of Sparta's powerful force. The people rioted because of fear. In the end, although the riots were suppressed, the power of the city-state of Elis was greatly damaged. Arsis did not take the opportunity to attack the city of Elis. After all, it was an ancient Greek city-state. As the host of the Olympia, it enjoyed a reputation among the Greek city-states. Arsis withdrew his troops and returned to his country. Not long after, he fell ill. After a discussion, the elders agreed that if Elis did not want to be attacked by Sparta again next year, it would definitely come to peace talks. Sparta had to force Elis to allow towns such as Phrygia, Epitalion, and Epitalion to become independent from Sparta. This would further weaken Elis so that it would no longer have the ability to resist Sparta. If Elis agreed, then Sparta would also allow it to have the right to host the Olympia and the jurisdiction over the Temple of Zeus at the Olympia. The reason why the elders of Sparta were unwilling to return the right to host the Olympia and the jurisdiction over the Temple of Zeus to Pisa, because the Olympia and the Temple of Zeus were originally within Pisa's territory, was because they believed that Pisa had always held a grudge against Sparta ever since the Olympia area was separated from Pisa's territory by Sparta 100 years ago. Moreover, Pisa and Sparta's mortal enemy, Argos, had always been on good terms. After dealing with the matter of Elis, Elder Lysander stood up and said, "Elders, I believe everyone has read the report that Callissippus sent from Ephesus. The Overwatch Council hopes that we can come up with a solution as soon as possible." One of the elders muttered with dissatisfaction, "The Overwatch Council is too overbearing now. They're actually ordering us around." No one present seemed to have heard it. Only King Pausanias said coldly, "That's because of Lysander's support." Chapter 184. The meeting hall suddenly fell into a cold silence. The elders all knew that the relationship between Pausanias and Lysander was strained. Elder Theopetius coughed twice and asked, "Why haven't I heard of this Tua alliance mentioned in the report?" It's a newly established alliance. Its full name is the Turii Alliance of Armendalara. Lysander's explanation confused the elders who rarely paid attention to the Western Mediterranean. Lysander had obviously done some research and reminded them, "Do you still remember the Turii emissary who came to Sparta to ask for help a year ago?" "Yes, I remember. We rejected his request at that time." Elder Lysippus nodded and said, "But we gave the Turii the right to recruit mercenaries in the Greek city-states of the Eastern Mediterranean. For a city-state that once supported Athens and even sent troops to participate in the war, if it wasn't for the fact that it was invaded by the natives, we showed the generosity and mercy of Sparta out of the morality of being fellow Greeks otherwise." "That's right," the other elders echoed. "It was this Turii emissary who received permission from our council of elders to go to Byzantium and recruit some of the mercenaries who just returned from the Persia expedition. It was these mercenaries who helped the Turii defeat the natives and recapture Armendalara that was occupied by the natives. In the end, these mercenaries became citizens of Armendalara. Their leader is called Devers, and he even became a lifetime archon of Armendalara." When Lysander said this, Agesilaus shouted in surprise, "Chrysippus once told me that he found a military genius called Devers among the mercenaries during the Persia expedition. He wanted to apply to the Council of Elders to let this Devers become an honored guest of Sparta and give him land to settle in Laconia for our use." "Is he talking about this person? Military genius?" Elder Theopede sneered. "Isn't it ridiculous to talk about military geniuses in front of us, Sparta? We, the people of Sparta, know that there are no geniuses in battle. Only those who grow up from a young age, go through tough training, and gain a wealth of experience. Every citizen of Sparta can become an excellent commander when they're old enough." Elder Lysippus said proudly. "You're right," the 45-year-old Agesilaus said humbly. Lysander looked at him and continued, "Not long after, we all knew that the Crotone occupied Turin and burned the city. It was this Devers who led the Amendarans to attack the Crotone's army at night and captured them. After that, the Turin and Amendaran formed an alliance. The Devers were still the life consul, So, Crotone was defeated by these mercenaries. It seems like these devers are quite capable, an elder exclaimed. The life consul of 2 cities. I'm afraid this Devers is very ambitious. He wants to be the tyrant of Greece, like Dionysius. Lysippus reminded the crowd. It's obvious. These mercenaries who settled in Greece wanted the mercenaries who fought together with them to come to Greece to help them. That's why they sent someone to Ephesus to incite the mercenaries to escape. Theopides said loudly. Challisthorps's report didn't mention that anyone was secretly stirring up trouble. Perhaps it's just because these mercenaries heard the news from Greece, another elder said, hoping that everyone wouldn't take the matter too seriously. Then why didn't we, Sparta, hear the news? It's obviously the doing of someone with ulterior motives. Theopides retorted. Even though Lysander and Theopides didn't like each other very much, Lysander said, as long as these 2 incidents are related, if we, Sparta, say that it's the doing of the Tulip League, then it must be it. That's right. That's how we, Sparta, do things. Lysander's strong opinion was approved by the elders, led by Lysippus. Pausanias thought to himself, Lysander, who's known for being anti-tradition, has the cheek to say that he wants to carry out Sparta's tradition. But he remained silent and didn't object. After the debate ended, the culprit was found. Everyone's opinion on how to punish the Tulip League was almost unanimous. Send someone to condemn the Tulip League, ask them to compensate for Sparta's losses, and ask them to send back the mercenaries who escaped to the Tulip League. Lysander added, since the Devers of the Tulip League are good at commanding battles, let them lead troops to join Decertus's army and fight against Persia. Agreed. Take it as their punishment for disrupting our Sparta's battle in Asia Minor. Theopides and the elders agreed. The elders spoke one after another, deciding the fate of the Tua alliance. At this moment, Agesilaus asked, what if the Tulip League rejects our request? How dare they? That means war with Sparta. As soon as Theopides finished his sentence, he felt that something was wrong. Pausanias immediately continued, we have to deal with Persia and defend the Peloponnesus Peninsula at the same time. We have to be ready to attack city-states like Elis who are dissatisfied with Sparta. I'm afraid we won't have the energy to send troops to Greece. That's right. Greece and Sparta have always had a good relationship. We've never sent troops to Greece. If the city-states there are dissatisfied with us, we'll lose more than we gain. Another elder said, are we going to tolerate the Tulip League trampling on Sparta's dignity? Theopides shouted angrily. Don't worry, everyone. We still don't know how the Tulip League will react to this. Even if they reject us and we can't send troops, don't we still have Syracuse? Lysander said with a smile. His words reminded the elders that Sparta supported Syracuse, even ignoring the fact that Dionysius was a tyrant. They hoped that there would be a strong nation that could be friendly with Sparta and act according to Sparta's wishes in the western Mediterranean Sea, a place that Sparta had yet to reach. Therefore, the elders stopped dwelling on this issue and started discussing the candidate for the Tulip League. Let me go, Agesilaus recommended himself. He was a little interested in the Devers that Challisthorps had mentioned. You don't have to go, lest the Tulip League looks down on Sparta. The other elders felt that Theopides had gone too far when he said that. It was obvious that Theopides was mocking Agesilaus for being crippled. Agesilaus could still remain calm in the face of such humiliation. It seemed like his spirit had been tempered to be extremely strong after facing the disdainful gazes of others for decades. His expression did not change, and he wanted to say something more. At this moment, Lysander said, the Tulip League is a small, remote city-state alliance. It's not worthy for the noble royal family of the Greek overlord, Sparta, to send an envoy. Lysander's words restored Agesilaus' dignity and also blocked his path to the Tulip League. I suggest that Phoebidas be the envoy, Lysander continued. After that, an elder exclaimed, Phoebidas? That's a hot-tempered, self-assertive fellow. We need a powerful envoy to force the Tulip League to give in. Lysander said firmly. After the discussion, it was decided that Phoebidas would be the envoy to the Tulip League. After the meeting, Lysander called out to Agesilaus, who was about to leave. You're not still complaining that I didn't let you go to the Tulip League, are you? Agesilaus shook his head. He had already thought about the key points. Smiling, he said, I think you're doing this for my own good. Is it because of Arches? Lysander hugged his shoulder in satisfaction and said softly, Arches won't last long. If you leave now, won't that bastard Leotychides take advantage of you? Don't worry, I'll always be on your side. Agesilaus immediately expressed his gratitude to Lysander solemnly. Lysander smiled. He liked Agesilaus' steady and humble personality. Agesilaus was friendly, respectful, and easy to control. Lysander didn't notice that Sonia's was watching him and Agesilaus chatting and laughing warily behind him. Pausanias called Diapetus in a low voice. Look, he said, our reformer has lately been very close to Agesilaus. Diapetus looked at the scene before him coldly, then turned to Pausanias and said solemnly, although there's no doubt that Leotychides will inherit the throne, rumors have been spreading recently. To ensure that he can successfully take over Arches, I need your help. You want me to ask for an oracle from Delphi in the name of the king? Pausanias immediately understood what Diapetus' request was. As the two kings of Sparta had claimed to be the closest descendants of Hercules since ancient times, they had a privilege that other Sparta people did not have. They could only ask for an oracle from the Delphi sanctuary, so they had the right to interpret the sacred oracle. Yes, Diapetus looked at him expectantly. I'll send someone to Delphi. Pausanias nodded decisively. I won't let that guy extend his ambition to our royal family. It was already November. If it was a few hundred years ago in the ancient era, this would not be a good time for sailing. But with the advancement of navigation technology, even in the Mediterranean Sea, where there were many storms in winter, the main trade routes were still very busy. The merchant ship that Timicin, Xanaparis, Clino, and the others were on finally arrived at Taranto Bay in Greece. Turiae is in front, our city. Agathia said excitedly as he pointed at the faintly discernible green coastline in front. Chapter 185. After a while, they could see the port by the shore and the densely packed ships in it, one after another, like a wooden wall. There are so many ships. They don't look any worse than Ephesus. Xanaparis exclaimed. Agathia did not speak. He realized that after leaving Turiae for more than a month, the port had changed significantly. Not only did it expand, but it also had more docks and a breakwater. Just then, a patrol ship approached and signaled for them to stop. I'm Agathia, Senate Elder of the Tua Alliance. I want to disembark at the docks in Turiae. Agathia stood at the bow of the ship, looking majestic. The mercenaries were envious of him. Anyone who could become the captain of the patrol had to be a citizen of the Alliance. Even if they had not met the elders of the Senate before, they would still have an impression of them. The captain signaled for the patrol ship to come closer. After careful inspection and confirmation, he saluted respectfully and said loudly, Honorable Elder Agathia, Middle-Aids, captain of the Alliance's patrol, pays his respects to you. You must have left the Alliance for a while, right? Yes, I left for Ephesus 9 months ago. I've only just returned. No wonder you didn't know that the Alliance has changed its name to the City-States Alliance of Dionia, not the Tua Alliance. What? Change its name? Why? Agathia asked in shock. Because the Alliance has taken Nudum, and we have another city. The name Turiae, Alliance of Amendola, is no longer suitable. Not only that, but Laos has also become our ally. Master Devers, he's fulfilled his promise. We don't have to worry about the Lacanians' invasion anymore. Middle-Age said excitedly. Taking Nudum, Laos had become an ally, and the Alliance had changed its name. Agathia did not expect so many things to happen in just a month's time away from the Alliance. It was as if he had suddenly become a stranger. He could not wait to return to the city, but the patrol ship was still blocking his way. Master, the Alliance is holding a triumphant ceremony in Turiae to celebrate the victory of the generals and soldiers who have returned from Lucania. To prevent any accidents, the Alliance has stipulated that no ships are allowed to enter the Kratai River. I'm afraid you'll have to disembark at the port. Middle-aged tilted his head to look at the mercenaries behind Agathia and reminded him. In addition, the Alliance has also stipulated that only Alliance citizens, preparatory citizens, and invited VIPs can enter the city to watch the ceremony. Foreigners and free citizens can only watch from outside the city. This is for safety. Although Agathia was disappointed, he knew that the Alliance had their reasons. He forced a smile and said, "Thank you. I'll get off the ship at the port right away." Has the triumphal parade already begun? I don't think so. You should be able to make it in time. As soon as the patrol boat left, the mercenaries swarmed over and surrounded Agathia. Agathia, you didn't lie to us. You really became a noble of the city. Dear Lord Agathia, when can we be like you? Congratulations to the Dionia Alliance for capturing another city. Agathia, how powerful is the Dionia Alliance in Greece now? Agathia's vanity was greatly satisfied when he saw the envious and surprised gazes. He answered Timosen's question proudly. I've told you before that the Alliance has Turii, Amendalara, and now Nudum. We also have 2 affiliated city-states, Laos and Castellan. These are real big cities with subordinate towns and villages, especially Turii. Its land area is no smaller than Attica and Athens, but it's much more fertile. Besides, the Alliance has a lot of surplus land, but we lack people to farm it. As long as we have enough citizens, we'll definitely be unparalleled in Greece. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go see the Devers. The mercenaries shouted anxiously. The merchant ship entered the port according to the navigator's instructions and docked at the pier. As soon as they left the pier, they were stopped by the patrol team. It turned out that Timosen and the mercenaries had exchanged their loot for money. They carried their armors, shields, and spears on their backs. The patrol team thought that the dozens of mercenaries were armed, especially when the triumphal parade was about to begin. Even with Agathia's identity as a Senate senator, they were still required to deposit their weapons. Otherwise, they could not enter the Alliance's territory. The mercenaries had no choice but to put their weapons back on the merchant ship. Faced with the mercenaries' complaints, Agathia had to explain there are very few citizens in the Alliance now, and there are too many freedmen and foreigners coming into the Alliance. There are often fights and disturbances. This is for the safety of the Alliance. Some of the mercenaries were still complaining, but leaders like Timizon, Creano, Xanaparis, and the others were silent. They were used to being free and undisciplined. So Agathia reminded them many times along the way. When you arrive at the Union, you must abide by the rules and don't cause trouble, because the laws of the Union are very strict. Most of the mercenaries who followed Agathia were mercenary leaders and officers. They were relatively well-behaved. Before, they did not take Agathia's words seriously. Now, their excitement was doused with cold water. They realized that even Agathia, a Senate senator of the Alliance, did not make a difference. One could imagine how serious the people here were when they carried out their tasks. But in fact, they had forgotten that they were mercenaries. For a long time, even if they were recruited in other cities, they would not be allowed to enter the city. The port had indeed changed a lot. Not only had it expanded, but there were also more docks, more houses, and a city wall with soldiers patrolling it. Agathia and his group had to pass through the checkpoint under the city wall before they could enter the Alliance's territory. The guard at the checkpoint questioned them carefully and registered them before they were allowed to pass. Timosen frowned and said, Agathia, you have strict requirements here. It's better for us to follow you, but I'm afraid it'll be troublesome for our brothers who will come later. It's okay. I'll come here every day to pick them up, Agathia said straightforwardly. 3,000 people was not a small number. They all expressed their willingness to come with Agathia to welcome their other companions. Turiis Market was on the other side of the city wall. It had also expanded a lot. There were also a few more buildings beside the market, a weapon shop, a cloth shop, a vehicle repair shop, a boat and rigging workshop, a gold and silver workshop, a pack beast rental shop, a bakery, a hotel, a restaurant. But the market that was supposed to be bustling with noise and excitement now seemed a little deserted. Agathia and his group went around the market and came to the side of the road. Dozens of drivers surrounded them. Are you going to see the triumphal parade? It's about to start. Take the carriage, you can still make it in time. The coachman tried to persuade him one after another. One opal was cheap. Although the market was only a few miles away from Turii, the mercenaries were willing to experience the feeling of riding in a carriage. Galloping on the flat road, the carriage was fast and steady. While they were still intoxicated by the pleasure of this speed, a loud noise came from the front. There was a sea of people in front of Turii, cheering thunderously. Only one voice resounded. "They're here! They're here!" To the west of Turii, facing the warm morning sun, a long golden dragon was marching toward them. The drivers stopped driving. There were too many people to squeeze to the front, but they could still see the crowd from the carriage. The flag bearer who walked at the front of the troop was the bravest and most outstanding soldier in this expedition. Lazar did not expect to receive this honor, and his usually stiff face was smiling from ear to ear. When they were about to reach the crowd, he straightened his chest again and raised the army flag high up. Cheers, exclamations, and praises gathered together and rushed toward him. It was like a miracle drug that filled his body with energy. Timothy squinted and saw the majestic bronze statue of Hades holding a double strand at the top of the flag. It reminded him of the rumor that Devers were the favored ones of Hades. Looking at the 4 golden words, First Army, and the 4 golden stars embroidered on the flag, Timothy and his men could not help but feel a little lost as they listened to Agathia's explanation. After the flag bearer, there was another flag. Under the statue of the Grim Reaper with its wings spread, there were 8 golden words embroidered on the flag. 2nd Brigade, 1st Company. Originally, the 4th Brigade should have been the one with the most military service, but considering the perception of the people, Devers gave the honor of being the first to enter the city to the 2nd Brigade, 1st Company. After all, they had also worked hard and performed a lot of meritorious service. Just based on the meritorious service of guarding Rahi Fortress, no one would object. As compensation, the Devers gave the honor of being the army's flag bearer to the Licarians. The soldiers marched with their heads held high and entered the crowd, enjoying the cheers of the people. The mercenaries watched them attentively. "Your soldiers are not bad," Xanthoparis said to Agathia. "Their fighting spirit and vigor are not bad, but they are still not as good as us." Creano said unhappily. Agathia did not know what to say, so he just smiled. At this time, Tormod exclaimed, "Look at these soldiers. They don't look like Greeks." Agathia looked. The 2nd Army that entered the crowd was holding a flag with the words First Army, 4th Army embroidered on it. Chapter 186. Foreigners can also become citizens of the Alliance? Xanthoparis exclaimed. Agathia did not understand the specific situation, so he answered vaguely. "Of course, there are special reasons, but our alliance is indeed more open and tolerant than other Greek city-states. It is also more common for foreigners to become citizens of the alliance. For example, you all know that the Persia merchant who used to follow the Devers has not only become a citizen of the alliance, but also a senator of the Senate and a high-ranking commercial official." Wow! While the crowd was amazed, someone said half-jokingly, "Since the Persia can become a senator of the Senate, shouldn't we, who have gone through thick and thin with you, become senators of the Senate?" "Yes, yes." Some people said in agreement. In order to attract Timothy and the others to Greece, Agathia had said some unrealistic things, but now he could not say anything more. Instead, the coachman Sarikos could not stand it anymore and interrupted, "You foreigners don't talk nonsense. It's not that easy to become a senator of the Senate of the Alliance. According to the civil service law of the Alliance of Dionia, a citizen must first work as a low-level official for at least 6 years and perform well before he can be promoted to a mid-level official. After another 4 to 5 years, he can enter the Senate. But first, he must pay taxes on time every year, actively join the army, and have no record of breaking the law. Tell me, is it easy to become a senator of the Senate?" As for the current Senate senators, they all contributed to the establishment of the alliance. For example, the Persia Marigi, the port and market of Turii, can be as prosperous as it is today because of him. Also, the Lucanian Vespa and Bagul, who just joined the Senate, I heard that it was because of them that Nudum was pacified so quickly. Foreigners, you always say that you want to be a senator of the Senate, but what have you done for the Alliance? The mercenaries were speechless. So, if you want to stay in the Alliance, you should be more practical and become a citizen of the Alliance first. Sarikos was both proud and serious. Smelly old man, aren't you tired of talking so much nonsense? The mercenary Torax and some of the young officers shouted angrily, but they were quickly stopped by Timison and the others. However, they had already angered the coachman, and they immediately shouted for the mercenaries to get off the carriage. Some of the mercenaries could not stand it anymore, and the two sides began to argue. Agathia mediated in the middle, and Sorius also tried to persuade his companions. With the help of Timison, Xanaparis, and the others, the two sides finally reached an agreement. This almost attracted the interference of the patrols who maintained order outside the city. Sarikos and the coachman collected their fare and drove the carriage away from the mercenaries. Looking at the strong backs of these mercenaries, Sarikos said to the others worriedly, "If these people stay in Turii for too long, I'm afraid the patrols will have a headache." At this moment, Timison asked Agathia in a low voice, "Is it that difficult to become a senator of the Dionia Alliance Senate?" Agathia nodded silently. "If we knew that you would have such a status today, we would have followed you to the Byzantine Empire." Xantiparis sighed and said, "This is all the goddess of fortune's arrangement. We can't do anything about it. Let's be more optimistic. We don't have to become a senator of the Senate. Becoming a citizen and getting a piece of land is already good enough. Then we would rather be free in Asia Minor. We don't have to come to this remote place and be restricted by so many things. Don't you think so, Agathia?" Criano said angrily. Agathia felt awkward and didn't know how to respond. The group of mercenaries looked at the parade with different thoughts in their minds. The soldiers of the 4th Brigade didn't march in an orderly manner, but they were tall and strong, and they were quite attractive. It was the first time these Lucaria people from the mountains received cheers and praises in front of the public. They threw away their usual inferiority complex and restraint as foreigners to the back of their minds. They were all unusually excited, and some even waved at the onlookers. After the 1,000-strong 4th Battalion passed by, a dozen or so carts followed closely behind. The carts were filled with gold and silver utensils, statues, jewels, coins, and so on seized by the troops from Nudum and Laos. The carts were filled with dazzling light. The crowd was even more shocked. If the carts weren't guarded by powerful soldiers, some of them would have walked up and grabbed a handful of them. Wars didn't just bring death, they also brought wealth. The Devers showed the Senate and the people of the Dionia Alliance in the most direct way. "Do you have to give all your spoils to the Alliance?" Timison asked curiously. Agathia answered, "Only a small portion will be given to the soldiers, and most of it will be given to the national treasury. No one is allowed to keep it for themselves. Without the spoils, there's no excitement in the battle. Who would want to fight to the death?" Criano said unhappily. Agathia thought for a moment and said seriously, "They are the citizens of the Dionia Alliance. It's their responsibility to join the army and protect their territory. Besides, after the spoils are given to the Dionia Alliance, they will eventually be used on them. They will be compensated for the dead soldiers, taking care of the disabled soldiers, and the maintenance and replacement of weapons and equipment. Do we get the same benefits when we were mercenaries? Think about our brothers who died on the battlefield, and their corpses can't even return home." Agathia sounded a little angry. He was obviously dissatisfied with the people who were once his comrades constantly picking on him. Criano snorted and stopped talking. Timison, Xantiparis, and the others were greatly touched. At this time, Tormid exclaimed again, "Look, who's that?" After the wagon, 5 carriages appeared. The first one was pulled by 2 pure white horses. The original plan was to have 4 horses pull the carriage, but because there were so many things waiting to be done in Tali, it was changed to 2 horses. A man stood tall on the exquisitely carved carriage. He was wearing bright armor, but he did not wear a helmet. This was so that the people could see his face clearly. However, His expression was a little serious, and it was obvious that he was not used to such a lively occasion. "Felicius! That's Felicius!" the mercenaries exclaimed. The people were shouting his name, too, and cheered, "Felicius, the hero of the Dionia Alliance. You defeated the Lucanians." Felicius, who was surrounded by 3 layers of people, couldn't see his former comrade. Facing the sincere gratitude of the people, he finally squeezed out a smile and waved his arms. The mercenaries didn't know the man on the second carriage. After Agathia introduced him, they learned that he was Dracos, the commander of the 2nd Brigade of the Alliance's 1st Legion. He used to be a mercenary, and he participated in all the battles after the Devers arrived in Greece. That was how he got his current position. The person on the 3rd carriage made the mercenaries exclaim again, "Hieronymus!" Many people had laughed at Hieronymus, who had been replaced as the leader by Xenophon. Some people even looked down on him for following the Devers in the Byzantine Empire. They thought that he gave up his dignity to follow a young man who was less experienced and qualified than him. Now, this man who they looked down on was standing on the carriage. Although his expression was as serious as a wooden statue, the cheers of the people didn't decrease at all. It was obvious that he was an important figure in the alliance. The mercenaries had mixed feelings. They did not recognize the person in the carriage following closely behind, but judging from his appearance, he should be a Lucanian. He was Bagul, the commander of the 4th Brigade. As the only Lucanian who rode in a carriage, he was both proud and afraid. He was afraid that the people of the alliance would give him the cold shoulder because he was a foreigner. However, the cheering scene made him feel relieved. If it was like this outside the city, he didn't have to worry about the people inside. His father, Vespa, Hemont, Sima, Eurasa, and many other Lucanian citizens of Nudum came to Turii to watch the ceremony. He thought that at this moment, his image on the carriage would definitely motivate the Lucanians of the Alliance to work harder for the Alliance. The person on the last carriage made the mercenaries exclaim again, "That's Epitenes." Since Epitenes was an understanding person, he had a good relationship with the leaders of the other camps during the expedition to Persia, and everyone was familiar with him. At this moment, his face was full of smiles as he waved his hands in all directions. His movements were natural and unrestrained, causing some of the free women to shout his name in an attempt to attract his attention. However, what they didn't know was that this 7th Brigade's leader was more interested in men than women. Looking at these former comrades who were in high spirits, Timison and the rest could imagine the disappointment in their hearts. When they were in Persia, Felicius was just an adjutant, Epitenes was just a captain, and Hieronymus was a frustrated general, unlike Timison, Xanaparis, and Creano, who commanded thousands of soldiers and discussed the fate of the entire mercenary army. Now, the former soldiers were prominent in the alliance, while the former rulers of the alliance fought in Asia Minor for a year, but in the end, they were mercenaries despised by all city-states. This sharp contrast made Timison, Creano, and the rest feel very uncomfortable. When the army's flag entered the north gate, colorful flower petals were scattered from the sky. The flower petals landed on the soldiers, adding a touch of romance to their heroic appearance. Chapter 187. The streets and rooftops were filled with people. They were shouting the names of their loved ones, interacting excitedly with the advancing soldiers, and proudly introducing their husbands or fathers to their neighbors. Every soldier felt like they had returned home in glory. Felicius, who was advancing, subconsciously looked over when he passed by his own house. The young man who was shouting and jumping on the roof of his house was none other than Melisande. In the noisy crowd, he could vaguely hear Melisande shouting, "That's my father! That's my father! Father! Father!" Beside him, Delia was looking at him with a smile on her face. Felicius smiled, a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. The marching army turned to the west, and there stood a huge arch made of white marble. This was what the Devers called the Arch of Triumph. The arch was a statue of the goddess of victory, and on the lintel stone wall, according to the Devers' suggestion, were to be engraved the annihilation of the allied Lucanian tribes, the capture of Amendolara, the surprise attack on the Crotone army, and the cunning capture of Nudum, which established the foundation of the Dionia City-State Alliance, so that future generations would remember it. However, due to the lack of time, they had not found a good engraver, so the arch was temporarily blank. After passing through the Arc of Triumph and marching west, the road gradually widened, and at the end of the road was the newly built square. Due to the lack of time, they did not even have time to name it before it was put into use. Lism, who was holding the military flag, quickened his pace because he could vaguely see dozens of white figures on the platform of the square. According to his prior instructions, he knew that they were his respected Consul Devers and the senators of the Senate. They were waiting for their arrival. "They're here! They're here!" Hinepolis shouted excitedly. "Be quiet, son." Avanogus held down the restless Hinepolis and said to the Devers, "Sir, thank you for taking care of Hinepolis during this period." After Hinepolis arrived in Turii, the Devers did not arrange for him to stay in a hotel, but let him stay in their house. Hinepolis is very sensible. He also loves to learn. His teacher, Ansitanos, liked him very much, and after he came, my house became a lot livelier. Devers said with a smile. In the past 2 days, Avanogius had learned from Hinepolis that the Devers had taken good care of his son. He was not a person who would talk about gratitude. He secretly decided to repay the Devers' kindness when he had the chance in the future. So he changed the topic. "Sir, your warriors are here. They are not only warriors of the Alliance, but also warriors of our Alliance. They protect the safety of the entire Alliance," Devers said with a smile. The Chief General of Castellan, Amicus, nodded in agreement. As members of the Dionia Alliance, the higher-ups of Castellan and Laos were certainly invited to watch the ceremony, and they all gladly participated. At this moment, seeing the long line of troops marching towards them in the distance, they did not feel that the Dionia Alliance was showing off its strength. Because the Dionia Alliance, as the leader of the Alliance, would not be like Athens of the Delian Alliance, desperately exploiting the other allies and demanding tribute, nor would it be like Sparta of the Peloponnesus Alliance, arbitrarily meddling in the internal affairs of the other allies. As for sending troops to participate in the war, it was the duty of the city-states of the Alliance, but it was a sign of equality. Therefore, the stronger the Dionia Alliance was, the safer they felt as an alliance. Devers looked at the troops walking towards the square, and his thoughts ran wild. The reason why he did not let the generals walk at the front like in Rome in his previous life, but let the soldiers take the lead, was because he wanted to cultivate the soldiers' sense of honor and show the alliance's concept of equality, which would greatly improve the morale of the troops. Secondly, he wanted to reduce the influence of the victorious generals on the people, so as to prevent accidents from happening in the long run. For this reason, he also placed Felicius in the most inconspicuous position of the troops, and at the same time, let the captains enjoy the honor of riding in the carriages. This was also for this purpose. Even so, for the soldiers, this novel celebration of victory, which had never been held in a Greek city-state, was a great honor. The bronze trumpets sounded, and the war drums sounded. The soldiers began to enter the square. "Oh, I can't believe it. The one walking at the front is Lazaru." "Which Lazaru?" "The famous hunter in Bagul's tribe. Look, he's actually walking at the front, walking in front of the Greeks. The Alliance really has no prejudice against us Licarians. Look, look, Bagul. Bagul is sitting in the carriage. I'm so envious. When can I be like him?" In the crowd on one side of the square, Sima, Eureza, Hemont, and the other Lacanians who rushed over from Nudum were shouting and dancing excitedly. Of course, it was impossible for Bagul to see them in the dense crowd. The driver drove the carriage, circled the square, and then took him to the center of the square. His majestic figure was like a boulder that stirred up huge waves in the hearts of the Licarian youth. A warrior should enjoy such glory like him. When the drums and trumpets stopped, the square was silent. The soldiers looked up at the Alliance governor standing on the platform in front of them. The Devers took a step forward and said loudly, "Warriors of the Alliance, in the past 20 long days, you have left your loved ones and rushed to the unfamiliar mountains. You have fought tenaciously against the ferocious enemies and seized Nudum. At the same time, you have helped the Alliance to recover Laos and solved the problem of Turii being attacked by enemies from the mountains for many years. The people thank you. The Senate thank you. The Alliance thanks you. I and the Senate express our most sacred gratitude for your efforts and sacrifices." As he said that, he took the lead and solemnly bowed to the soldiers in front of him with the senators behind him. The square was instantly boiling. "Victory! Victory! Victory!" The soldiers cheered excitedly. "It is because of your efforts that the Alliance of Dionia is officially established." After discussion by the Senate, today's triumphant celebration will become a festival for the whole Alliance to celebrate the birth of the Alliance. And your military flag will also become the flag of the Alliance, flying above the square. Victory to the Alliance! Victory to the Alliance! Victory to the Alliance! Listening to the cheers of the soldiers and the people, the Devers believed that the National Day and the national flag would unite the people from the various cities and races of the Mediterranean Sea under the Alliance and gradually form a new race, adding a lot of weight to the weight. In the afternoon, the Devers held a banquet at the mansion of Turii to entertain Timicin, Xanaparis, Creano, and Tormid. Accompanying them to the banquet were Agathia, Felicius, and Hieronymus. Eating novel and delicious food, drinking mellow wine, and recalling the scenes of fighting together in the past, the atmosphere of the banquet was quite warm. At this time, Creano asked while burping, "Devers, look at such a beautiful courtyard, and you are a consul and a legion commander. It's really enviable. When can we be like you?" Here comes the main topic. Agathia immediately perked up. The Devers smiled and said seriously, "As long as you work hard and make your contribution to the Alliance, becoming a citizen of the Alliance, getting a share of land, and living like me is not a problem at all. In fact, there are many people richer than me in the Alliance." Contribution? What kind of contribution? I heard that it takes 5 years to become an official citizen of the Alliance, let alone to become a member of the Senate. That's even more difficult. Creano complained. "That's right. That's the law of the Alliance. All foreigners and free people follow this law. No exceptions." The Devers said calmly but firmly. But Creano pretended to be drunk and pointed at Agathia. He said loudly, "Agathia didn't say that to us in Ephesus. He said, as long as we come to Greece, we will soon become citizens and get land, and even become a member of the Senate. It's because of what he said that we came to this faraway place. Now you're telling me that it will take another 5 years to achieve all this? Isn't this a lie? I heard that the Licarian soldiers on the Triumph Parade were slaves half a year ago, but they became citizens half a year later. Their leader even became a member of the Senate. Are you telling me that we are inferior to the natives?" The atmosphere in the living room suddenly froze. Agathia clenched his fists angrily. In order to attract Timicin and the others, he did say something to tempt them, but it was not as exaggerated as what Creano had said. He wanted to refute, but under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly make the atmosphere even more tense. Agathia was hesitating. Felicius wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Hieronymus frowned and looked at the Devers. On the other side, Timicin, Xanaparis, and Tormid continued eating as if they did not hear anything. They pricked up their ears secretly. The Devers' expression did not change. He cast a comforting gaze at Agathia and said slowly, "Creano, don't be anxious. Sit down and listen to me." Creano vented his anger, but it was as if he had hit a wet cotton cloth. It did not seem to have any effect. He sat down resentfully. "Tell me the truth. Why do some people want 5 years, while others only want half a year? It's all about benefits." Divers looked at the mercenary leaders and said in a serious tone, "Because the Licarians can help the Alliance pacify Nudum, and they can even help the Alliance conquer more of Lucania's territory. Not to mention, they have already contributed a lot to the Alliance. The road that you came from was built by them, and the army of Crotone was defeated by them. They're also actively learning Greek, understanding and abiding by the laws of the Alliance. For such a group of foreigners who are willing to integrate into the Alliance and can bring great benefits to the Alliance, the Senate naturally has to grant them citizenship in advance. The people have no objections because they know that the alliance will gain more than they pay. Chapter 188. Agathia heaved a sigh of relief. He was grateful to the Devers for fulfilling their promise. Timison and the others listened attentively. Still not satisfied, Creano said, "Devers, you're a life consul, and I heard you control the Senate. Isn't that just like that? Pisatredu from Athens? You just have to say the word. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Why don't you just make us citizens?" "Creano, that's too much," Felicius yelled. The Devers waved his hand, signaling that it was fine. He continued patiently. "You're trying to say I'm a tyrant, aren't you?" Creano realized that his words were too harsh. After all, the Devers were no longer the Devers he used to discuss matters with. He lowered his head and did not dare to respond. "I won't say anything else. I'll just tell you the truth. The mercenaries I brought with me are only 1,000 from the Alliance. Now, the Alliance has 5,000 soldiers and 20,000 citizens. Most of them are from Greece. We're foreigners, and we have half of the senators in the Senate. Do you think the locals won't object? I'm sure they will. Why didn't anyone oppose us?" The Devers paused to give everyone some time to think. He then said, "Because we've tried our best to be fair and just. We've treated the Amendolans, the Turii, the Lucanians, the foreigners, and the freedmen strictly according to the Alliance's laws. If I introduce a bill granting you citizenship today, tomorrow more than 20,000 probationers will come to the Chamber of Deputies, and the Senate will impeach me. Do you think the 1,000 foreigners, and you can defeat tens of thousands of Alliance citizens? Even if we win, will the Alliance still exist? So, as your friend, I'll try my best to help you. But as the consul of the Alliance, I can't be selfish. I hope you can understand." Devers's earnest and heartfelt words silenced the living room. At this moment, Hieronymus said apologetically, "Lord Devers, I've never thought about this issue after being in Turin for so long. I'm really sorry for making you worry about protecting us. I've never thought about that either. I always felt that enjoying such a life was a given." Felicius said with a sigh, "That's how it should be. Don't think too much. Live your life naturally. Farm the land and fight the war. You've never caused me any trouble. Instead, you've always supported me and helped me maintain the current situation. I want to propose a toast to you." After that, Devers raised his glass and toasted with Felicius, Agathia, and Hieronymus. Timison and Xanthoparis looked at each other and nodded. Timison said, "Devers, I'd like to know what arrangements and suggestions you have for our 3,000 brothers after they arrive." Devers thought for a moment and said, "I suggest that when they arrive, they first go to Turin and apply. I'm willing to become a citizen of the Alliance. After that, they can look for a place to stay. They can go to the hotel area in Amendola, where the rent is cheaper. They can also rent land for the citizens. That way, they won't even have to pay rent, and they can stay in someone else's house. Of course, they can also find people they're familiar with and stay in their houses." Capus Antonios. Most of the soldiers in the 1st Brigade are mercenaries from the expedition to Persia. I'm sure you're familiar with them. They'll be back from Nudum soon. When that time comes, Felicius will make arrangements. Wouldn't it solve the problem of accommodation for 1 or 2 people per family? Then go and find a job. The docks and markets are booming, and a large number of workers are urgently needed. Also, the road from Turin to Nudum is about to be built, and a large number of workers will be needed. There's no need to worry about finding a job. After you find a job, work hard, not only to earn money, but also to show the people in charge of the census that you're hardworking and not idlers. Only then will it be easier to become an official citizen in the future. In addition, when the training day comes, Felicius will arrange for you to participate in military training. The Alliance's fighting style is more complicated, and you need to familiarize yourselves with it to avoid accidents due to poor teamwork in future battles. It's estimated that by next year, the Alliance will launch a war against Lucania Municipality. As long as you perform well in battle, I think it won't be a problem to shorten the period of becoming an Alliance citizen." Devers had obviously thought about it carefully, and his suggestion made sense to Timison and the others. At this moment, Xanthoparis expressed his concern. I heard that if you break the law during the inspection, it'll be very difficult to become a citizen. Devers, you know that we mercenaries fight wars without anyone to control us. We're used to being free, and it's inevitable that we'll break the Alliance's laws. When that time comes, I understand. Devers nodded cautiously and comforted him. As long as it's the first time, it won't be a problem. However, I hope that you can remind every comrade who comes to the Alliance in time and keep them in check. Also, I have a suggestion. I know that all of you have brought armor, shields, and spears with you when you came to Greece. I hope that all of you can temporarily hand over your shields, spears, and sabers to Felicius and let him keep them in the armory for safekeeping. After some time, when all of you have adapted to life here, Felicius will return your weapons to you. As soon as Devers finished speaking, Timison was about to speak, but Devers immediately said, "Don't worry, the Alliance will not embezzle your weapons. Just the weapons and equipment of the soldiers of Crotone and Nudum in the armory are innumerable. I'm worried that if your people come here, it's inevitable for them to clash with others. But if you use your weapons, injure, or even kill someone, then it'll be troublesome. Of course, this is just my suggestion. You can go back and think about it." After sending off the guests, Devers went up to the second floor. Christoia was standing by the window and gazing. When she heard footsteps, she asked softly, "How did the banquet go tonight?" Devers sat on the bed and let out a long sigh. "I haven't seen them for more than half a year. There's still them, but we're not who we used to be. What do you think will happen?" Christoia frowned slightly and slowly walked to Devers and sat down. "They made some outrageous requests." Devers nodded. "They want to become Alliance citizens immediately and even want to become a senator of the Senate." "Who made the request?" Christoia pressed her slender fingers against Devers's mouth and said mischievously, "Let me guess. It's Clino, isn't it?" Devers smiled. "Among these people, Xanaparis is modest, Tormid is slick, Timison is proud, and only Clino is mean. He used to hate me and Xenophon. Who else could it be but him? But I think every one of them has the same intention. Who told you to be so outstanding, to become like this in only half a year?" Christoia caressed Devers's face with her white hands and gazed at him lovingly. She murmured, "Anyone who sees you will go crazy with jealousy. Does that include you?" Devers squeezed her hand and said with a smile, "I love you. I love you so much that I'm going crazy." Christoia said affectionately. She tilted her head and gave her husband a kiss. The kiss ignited the desire that Davos had been suppressing because of his wife's pregnancy. He decided to put this annoying thing behind him for the time being. He carefully held Christoia's waist with one hand and stroked her slightly round belly with the other. He said softly, "Let me see my son. Is he happy today?" "Who said it's a son? I haven't gone to the temple of Hera yet." Christoia glared at him coquettishly. "It's a daughter. It's good to be as beautiful as you." Devers said as his hand began to move down slowly. His hot palm entered Christoia's sensitive area, causing her whole body to tremble slightly. I'm pregnant. No, I can't. How about you? You go find Asuna," Christoia said while panting. "Who said you can't do it when you're pregnant? As long as the fetus is stable, it's fine. I'm her teacher. I have the final say," Divers said softly from behind her. His hot breath touched Christoia's slender white neck. His strong breath filled Christoia's nose. Listening to his flirtatious words, Christoia felt her whole body heat up. She glanced at him with her seductive eyes. Finally, she couldn't help but place her arms on the bed table lightly. Devers immediately took off her clothes for her. Perhaps it was because of her pregnancy. Christoia's body was obviously more plump than before. Devers's breathing also became rapid, but he gently licked Christoia's smooth skin. "Did you all hear that? Devers asked us to farm, to repair the road. I've done nothing but killing people for the past 10 years. Repair the road, my ass. He also wants us to hand over our weapons. Aren't we being bullied by them?" On the way back to the hotel, Crisano loudly vented his dissatisfaction. What Devers said makes sense. It's not easy to govern such a large alliance. Besides, they're also outsiders. Of course, they have to be cautious when doing things. It's impossible for them to specifically exercise their privileges for us. Xanaparis comforted. Chapter 189. Everyone felt a little depressed when they heard this. This is the goddess of fortune's arrangement. It's our fault for not following the Devers back then. Tormid sighed. The Devers are indeed God's chosen. It's only been half a year, and they've created such a huge business. It's not too late for us to follow them. Hearing Tormid's words, Xantaparis, who was already old, looked up at the silent starry sky. A wave of sadness welled up in his heart. I don't know how you all feel. I'm old, and I'm tired of wandering around and killing nonstop. I'm afraid there won't be a tomorrow after today. It's not bad to settle down here. After saying this, everyone fell silent. All right, everyone, don't think about the future. Think about how to smoothly pick up your other companions and stop them from causing trouble. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. Timison reminded everyone worriedly. Timison's worries were confirmed the next morning. Before Timison and the others arrived at the port, they learned that more than a dozen outsiders were robbing the market. They even had a conflict with the managers who rushed over and injured some people. They were only arrested when the market patrol team, a total of 50 people, a team, arrived. Timison rushed over to take a look. It was indeed their mercenaries. In the end, they invited Agathia, who compensated them and made a promise. The mercenaries who committed the crime were sentenced to a month of labor. Only then did the matter come to an end. To prevent such a thing from happening again, Timison and the others rented a house at the port and waited there. Even so, conflict began to increase every day. Most of them were related to these mercenaries. Some elders even proposed to expel these mercenaries from the alliance and restore peace to the alliance. In the end, Agathia, Antonio, Capys, and the others objected, but it still put some pressure on the Devers. Time passed quickly. At the end of November, the shipyard in Inanalis was completed. The Devers and the other elders came to congratulate the shipyard and place an order: 3 three-decker or warships. The establishment of the Dionysian fleet as soon as possible had been put on the agenda by the Senate to protect the increasingly prosperous ports and maritime trade of the Dionia Alliance. At the same time, it was necessary to change the awkward fact that the Dionia Alliance did not have a fleet and was even weaker than its two allies. At the beginning of December, the Assembly Hall of the Senate of Turiae was completed. Finally, the sad history of the senators having to travel to Amendola whenever they had an important meeting came to an end. It was a waste of energy and secrecy, and the coachmen took advantage of them. At the same time, the Turiae Castellan Avenue was completed on land, except for the bridge over the Kratai River, which was still under construction. The Turiae Arena Plaza was about to be completed. Just as the good news came from all the construction sites, a small cargo ship with a big symbol embroidered on its sail entered Greece's Taranto Bay. When the passing ships saw this symbol, they took the initiative to make way for it. Phoebidas, the Sparta general who had just turned 30, took it for granted. He ordered the helmsman to steer straight to the port of Turiae without any hesitation. In the Western Mediterranean, Sparta had the most dealings with Syracuse, so it knew something about Sicily. Most of the Spartans didn't know much about Greece. Apart from seeing athletes from the Greek city-states during the sports meet, they didn't have much contact with them. True Spartan citizens couldn't do business, and they didn't have any trade relations with the Greek city-states. Thus, after entering the sea area, Phoebidas sized up everything around him with great interest. After looking at the port of Turiae for a while, he said to his attendant, Dorobysis, "There are quite a lot of merchant ships here. I think it's about the same as Corinth." Dorobysis was a Piraeasi. Piraeasi were also Lycidians, but they were not citizens of Sparta. Most of them lived on the border of Laconia. They had personal freedom and the right to deal with local affairs, but they had no political rights in Sparta. In the past, they mainly engaged in trade that Sparta citizens could not do. But now, due to the long years of war, the number of Sparta citizens dwindled and the Piraeasi began to join the army. Because of his different occupation, Dorobysis had a liveliness that was rarely seen in Sparta. He looked at the Kratai estuary and deliberately asked, "The port of Corinth is not as lively as it is here." "Phoebidas, you should ask me. What does it compare to Athens? At the mention of Athens, Phoebus's face darkened. Originally, after the defeat of Athens, Lysander established the Council of 30 in Athens in an attempt to control the political situation in Athens. Although some people in Athens rebelled, if Sparta fully supported this puppet council, the people in Athens who rebelled would not be able to do anything. However, King Pausanias and the elders led by Diopetius were not on good terms with Lysander. Not only did they deprive Lysander of his military command, they also pushed the elders' council to negotiate peace with the Democrats in Athens. In the end, the Democrats in Athens overthrew the Council of 30 and established a new democratic regime. Also, the Athens government, which had learned a painful lesson, became more flexible in its policies. On one hand, it tried to please Sparta. On the other hand, it tried to restore trade and agriculture after the war. Only a few years had passed, and the trade in Athens had begun to flourish again. Phoebus snorted and said no more. At this time, the Dionia patrol ship came to greet them. Phoebus said loudly, "I'm the messenger of Sparta, and I want to see the consul of the alliance." The patrol ship did not dare to delay and immediately sailed back to the city of Turin. Diplomatic affairs, such as Sparta's visit, were, of course, handled by the Senate. There were more than 50 senators in the Senate, but it was impossible for them to stay in the council hall every day. This was because it was not every day that a meeting of the Senate senators would happen. Moreover, many of the senators had official duties, so the Devers adopted a rotation system. Every 5 senators would be on duty in the council hall for one day, and the other 5 would be replaced the next day. When the patrol ship hurriedly sent the news to the council hall, the Devers had already received an urgent report from Aristides in their courtyard. The messenger of Sparta was here. The Devers frowned and immediately thought that Sparta might be here for Timocin. Soon, the patrol ship returned to the estuary and signaled for Sparta's warships to follow it. Before coming here, Phoebus did not know much about Turin. He did not know that the city of Turin and the port were not together. This was somewhat similar to Athens, but there were no city walls connecting the port and the city, so if a war broke out, the port could easily be occupied. Phoebus looked at everything in front of him from a military perspective. There is no river like this in Athens, and look at the flat terrain. The soil should be very fertile. The agriculture in Turin must be good. Dorobisus observed from an economic perspective. After sailing for a few miles, Phoebus saw the towers on both sides of the Turin and the iron chains hanging in the air across the cloddy river. Phoebus knew that once the enemy's fleet broke through the estuary and went up the North River, the iron chains would be lowered to block the warships from entering the city. The patrol ship finally entered the pier on the north bank. Phoebus noticed that the pier, the bridges, and the houses on the shore were all clean and tidy. Only the pier at the edge was scorched black. So Dorobisus asked the captain of the patrol ship curiously, "That's what our consul, Sir Divers, wants us to preserve it. It's everywhere in the city, including the temple. He wants every citizen to see these ruins no matter where they go. It's a constant reminder to ourselves that this city was once burned down by invaders. We must remember this great shame and not let Tali be bullied again. Only victory can restore its former glory. Just a few days ago, we repaired one of the ruins because we obtained Nudum." Looking at the captain's solemn and proud expression, Phoebus did not seem to care, but his heart was touched. At this moment, a group of guards walked over. Phoebus observed their mental state and every movement. He could tell that this was a group of well-trained, disciplined soldiers and definitely had plenty of actual combat experience. To be honest, other than the citizens of Sparta, he had never seen patrols in their own cities that could maintain a good formation and be ready for battle at any time. He was a little surprised. The captain handed over his duties to the patrol captain, Olivers, and sailed away. "Your soldiers must stay on the ship. Please come with me to the Senate." Olivers said to Phoebus sternly, "The Alliance has a rule that foreign soldiers are not allowed to enter the city. They are Sparta warriors. They can freely enter and leave any Greek city-state." Phoebus said in a loud and righteous voice. Although it was an exaggeration, Many of the Greek cities in the eastern Mediterranean did have this privilege. So many of the cities were dissatisfied with it. Olivers looked at him and said disapprovingly, "I know who you are. I don't care what you do in other cities, but as long as you step on the land of the city alliance of Dionia, you must obey our laws." Phoebidas was extremely angry, but the patrol captain, Olivers, did not give in. He had a firm expression that said, "Either you obey the alliance's rules, or you leave the alliance's territory." In the end, Dorabitius compromised and allowed the Sparta warriors to change into civilian clothes before they were allowed to pass. Chapter 190. Generally speaking, the most impressive buildings in a Greek city-state were temples, arenas, theaters, and other large buildings. At this moment, Phoebidas and his entourage had yet to see many large buildings, but they were already impressed by the meticulous design and clean city. Phoebidas had been to Athens, a city famous for the Mediterranean Sea. Although prosperous, it was noisy and dirty. Sparta was quiet, but the entire city was as simple as a village. Only in Thurii, simplicity, generosity, elegance, tranquility, and cleanliness were mixed together and had a full charm. Dorabitius could not help but ask, who was the designer of this city? Heraclides, the disciple of Hippodamos. Oliver saw the surprised look on their faces and answered loudly, "Oh, Hippodamos!" Dorabitius exclaimed. The name was not unfamiliar to the Sparta people, because he was the one who designed and built the Piraeus harbor. It had created a lot of wealth for Athens, and Sparta had gone through a lot of trouble to seize it back then. As they moved forward, they saw a huge white arch across the street. Sparta had never seen such an arch in any other city-state. Dorabitius asked curiously, "What is this arch used for?" Captain Oliver's expression turned solemn. He said in a low voice, "This is the Arch of Triumph. The victorious generals and soldiers will march through this arch to receive the greetings and cheers of the archons, senate elders, and the citizens of the alliance. There was a triumphal parade not long ago. Because we seized Nudum, the scene was really... Sigh. It's a pity that our first brigade will have to wait for the next time." Phoebidas did not look at Oliver's regretful expression. He and the few Sparta warriors behind him looked up at the giant arch, shock and envy in their eyes. As a warrior, wasn't the greatest wish to win the cheers of their own city-state after defeating the enemy? That would make them feel that their blood and sacrifice were sacred and meaningful. But in the Greek polis, where democracy prevailed, this was hardly the case. The Democrats believed that this would give the generals too much prestige and lead to dictatorship. Even though Sparta was founded on military might, the old elders would never allow the young and bloodthirsty Sparta warriors to get out of control. Lysander was the best example. And now, a colonial city-state in the remote western Mediterranean outside the Greek mainland actually did this, and will continue to do so. Phoebidas had mixed feelings. He did not want to talk to the patrol captain before, but now he asked, "How often do you have military training? Why are you asking this?" Captain Oliver's expression was serious. He thought for a moment and said, "But there's no harm in telling you. Our alliance citizens train once every 7 days during the busy farming season. Now that it's the slack season, we train once every 2 to 3 days, and we train for an entire day each time." Such frequent military training had already surpassed most of the Greek city-states. No wonder these soldiers looked well-trained. This was also a city-state that valued military strength. Phoebidas had a hunch that it would be difficult to achieve his purpose of coming here. Passing through the wide and flat Victory Square, after the triumphal procession, the newly built square finally had its own name. Since the main function of the square was to gather troops before the battle and hold the triumphal procession after the battle, the name Victory was well-deserved. Phoebidas entered the Grand Thurii Senate chamber. The chamber was so large that it could probably accommodate thousands of people. Therefore, the dozens of members of the Senate sitting in the front row looked very inconspicuous. Seeing Phoebidas coming in, all the senators stood up and applauded him. They also bowed respectfully to show their respect for Sparta. This finally made Phoebidas feel a sense of satisfaction. The young man in the lead said, "Welcome, envoy of Sparta from afar. What prompted you to come to the Dionia Alliance? This must be the military genius that the young archon of the Dionysian Alliance mentioned by Chrysippus. Perhaps the Arch of Triumph was also his handiwork. Phoebus looked at him with sharp and aggressive eyes. The Devers did not avoid his gaze. They also looked back at him with deep eyes, as if they wanted to see through his intentions. In the eyes of the Devers, this Sparta man was wearing a bright scarlet cloak. He had long hair that was unusual for ordinary Greeks. His rough face not only had scars, but he also had arrogance that despised everything. The Devers, who had a deeper understanding of this era, now felt that the envoy in front of them was the normal appearance of the Sparta people when facing outsiders. Callisops was an exception. The two men faced each other and stared at each other coldly. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Kunigarata coughed twice, trying to break the tense atmosphere. Phoebus spoke. He went straight to the point and said, "I'm here on behalf of Sparta to denounce the Dionia Alliance." As soon as he said this, the elders were in an uproar. In order to protect the Greek city-states in Asia Minor, as well as the interests of all of Greece, we, Sparta, sent our army across the Aegean Sea to Asia Minor to fight against the Persia. However, at the critical moment, some of our soldiers were lured away from the battlefield in Asia Minor by you, which caused the war against the Persia to be thwarted. Even the governor, Tiburon, was banished by the Council of Elders. Therefore, the Council of Elders has sent me to denounce you for this traitorous act. So serious? The elders looked at each other, slightly nervous. I don't understand. Kunigarata asked doubtfully. You said we lured your soldiers away. The Dionia Alliance is thousands of miles away from Asia Minor. We have little contact with Sparta. How could we lure your soldiers away? You're right. As a newly established alliance, not only do we have no contact with Sparta, we don't even know where Asia Minor is. Plazenas said exaggeratedly. Phoebus acted as if he didn't hear anything. He just looked at divers and sneered. Those soldiers are mercenaries who participated in the Persian expedition. They fought together with your archons and some of you for more than a year in Persia. We have a deep relationship with them. Our officers in Asia Minor have seen foreigners frequently entering the camps of these mercenaries. Agathia saw Antonios, Capys, and the others secretly looking at him with questioning eyes. He shook his head gently. Are you sure these foreigners are citizens of our alliance? Antonios asked. I'm sure that the passenger ships these deserters took all sailed to Greece. Phoebus said firmly. Therefore, the Sparta Elder Council has made a decision. The Dionia Alliance must hand over all the mercenaries who escaped here, and, he raised his voice, as punishment for the Dionia Alliance destroying Sparta's war against Persia. Your archons are required to lead 5,000 soldiers to Asia Minor and join Sparta's army against Persia. What? The elders were shocked. What kind of logic is this? The Dionia Alliance has no diplomatic relations with Sparta. What gives you Sparta the right to give us orders? Because you, as Greeks, destroyed Sparta's holy war against Persia on behalf of Greece. Because we, Sparta, are the leader of all Greece. Phoebus said proudly. Devers laughed out loud. Hearing the disdain in his laughter, the agitated elders immediately calmed down. Merces even asked, Master Devers, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how shameless Sparta is. Devers glanced at Phoebus with disdain. Didn't Sparta collude with Persia, who has always been the enemy of Greece, and kill their own people to defeat Athens? Now, why did Sparta start a war with Persia? Why? Merces quickly asked. I heard that in order to get Persia to help it defeat Athens, Sparta signed an agreement with Persia, agreeing to give up the protection of the city-states in Asia Minor and give them to Persia. After the war was won, Sparta went back on its words, so the war between Sparta and Persia happened. Devers looked at Phoebus, who was acting a little unnaturally, and said, A traitor who betrayed the interests of a Greek city-state and repeatedly broke its promise, said it represented all of Greece, and fought a holy war against Persia. How can I not laugh? Yes, it's ridiculous. How can such a shameless city-state exist? It's a disgrace to Greece. The elders, led by Antonio and Amyntas, deliberately mocked. Phoebus's face turned red, and he roared, "How dare you insult Sparta? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of Sparta?" The laughter did not stop. Amyntas said excitedly, "Wrath? Are you talking about the war? That's great. I'm looking forward to the next victory. Master Devers, let the first platoon take the next battle." The soldiers are bored out of their wits. Even Capys, who usually did not speak much during the meeting, joined in the fun. He was obviously angry at the unreasonable and overbearing people of Sparta. "That's right. The first platoon has been following you, Master Devers, for a long time, but they have never participated in a victory before. The soldiers are unhappy about it," Antonio added. Phoebus was dumbfounded. His anger had been cleverly turned into a request for battle by the people of Dionia. Chapter 191. The Dionia alliance has no intention of starting a war with any Greek city-state, but if any city-state wants to start a war, humiliate us, or invade our land, everyone, what is our answer? The Devers looked around and asked loudly, "Fight to the death. Destroy the enemy. Fight to the death." The former mercenary elders shouted in unison. Phoebus walked out of the meeting hall with a pale face. Dorobisus went up to him and asked anxiously, "How's the situation?" "Go. Get on the ship. Go back," Phoebus said angrily. Under the escort of the patrol team, Phoebus and the others hurriedly returned to the passenger ship and sailed towards the sea under the surveillance of the two patrol ships. "Say, if my ship crashes into them." Phoebus pointed at the patrol ships that sandwiched his ship in the middle and asked angrily, "Will they sink?" Dorobisus was shocked. Before he arrived at the meeting hall, he had a premonition that this mission would fail, but it actually made Phoebus so angry. What exactly happened in the meeting hall? He did not dare to ask. Phoebus looked at the city of Turin that was about to disappear from his sight and buried the humiliation he suffered in his heart. He said coldly, "Let's go to Castellan. Lord Consul, I'm afraid that chasing away the Sparta emissaries will be detrimental to the alliance," Cornelis said worriedly. "I've said it before, chase away those mercenaries. You guys insisted on staying, and now trouble has come," Polixus said with dissatisfaction. In the face of criticism, Capys, Agathia, and the others, who were once comrades of these mercenaries, could not refute. At this moment, Plazenus stood up and said, "Didn't those mercenaries receive the punishment of the alliance's laws? Didn't the other freedmen make mistakes? Why did they have to chase away those mercenaries? Everyone, our union is currently lacking in manpower. It is precisely because of the union's open, free, and equal attitude that we have attracted so many foreigners and freedmen. There is no reason to chase away those who seek refuge with the union. It will only destroy the image of the union and make all the Greeks who wish to seek refuge with us suspicious." "But what if Sparta declares war on us?" Olaphus asked worriedly. "So what? Are you going to agree to Sparta's unreasonable request and let Lord Devers lead our citizens to Asia Minor?" Pleasantslas shouted angrily. I. Orpheus glanced at Devers guiltily and didn't dare to speak. "Sparta might not dare to declare war on us." The Devers smiled confidently. "We are not a small city-state, but a powerful force in Greece. If Sparta wants to win, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. But now most of its energy is focused on Asia Minor. The war with Persia is not an easy task, and it won't end so easily. I also heard that not long ago, Sparta had a war with the city-state of Elis, which is responsible for hosting the Olympia Games. It can be seen that even on the Peloponnese Peninsula, there are many city-states that are dissatisfied with Sparta. At this time, if it dares to start another war in Greece, I doubt it." Although Devers said so, in his heart, he already regretted that he didn't think carefully and rashly agreed to Agathia's request. There was never an absolute thing in the world. If Sparta went crazy and insisted on war with the Dionia alliance, although the Devers were not afraid of fighting with Sparta, the expansion plan of the alliance that they had originally planned would be ruined again. The movement of Sparta's warships toward Castellan was beyond the alliance's expectation. The patrol ship immediately reported this discovery to the Senate. After an urgent discussion with the senators, the Devers decided to send a messenger to Castellan immediately to bring the Senate's order. Castellan must refuse to receive the messenger of Sparta. When the messenger rode a fast horse and arrived at the city of Castellan with the convenience of the newly built Turii, Castellan Avenue, the chief general of Castellan, Amicles, had already led other generals and some members of the Council of 100 to the port, ready to welcome the messenger of Sparta. After all, the messenger of Sparta, the ruler of the Greek city-states, had arrived. As a small and remote city-state, they naturally did not dare to neglect the arrival of the messenger. When they saw Phoebidas disembarking from the warship, they were about to introduce each other and greet each other. Suddenly, one of Amicles' subordinates rushed over and handed Amicles a papyrus. Amicles' expression changed after reading the papyrus. He immediately said to Phoebidas, "Dear messenger of Sparta, there's an urgent matter that we need to discuss. Please wait for a moment." Then, without waiting for Phoebidas' reply, he led the generals and the counselors away. "Something seems to have happened," Dorabitius said curiously when he saw them standing in a circle and arguing about something. Phoebidas did not speak. He stared into the distance and felt that something was wrong. Amicles returned to him with a determined look on his face. "Dear messenger of Sparta, I'm sorry to inform you that Castellan, as a member of the Dionia Alliance, has just received a strict request from Dionia. They cannot allow you to enter Castellan city." So, Amicles waved his hand apologetically, and a group of soldiers walked over. "You are humiliating Sparta. Have you thought about the consequences of this?" Phylidas threatened angrily. He had originally planned to sow discord between Castellan and Dionia after entering Castellan city. It would be best if he could make Castellan break away from the Dionia alliance. According to his understanding, Castellan had only joined the Dionia alliance recently. Other than that, he had also planned to stay here for a few days and send soldiers to infiltrate the port of Turii to capture a few mercenaries who had escaped here. He would then be able to report to the Council of Elders and take revenge on the Dionia alliance at the same time. However, it seemed that it was impossible now. Seeing Phoebidas leave angrily, Amicles temporarily heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he became worried again. The Dionia alliance was too bold to provoke the people of Sparta. If they really led their troops to attack, what would Castellan do? Phoebidas was still unwilling to give up. He turned the ship around and sailed towards Tarentum. Tarentum was a powerful state in Greece. Phoebidas did not think that the Dionia alliance could affect it. Moreover, Tarentum was a state of Sparta, and the two sides were on good terms. The establishment of Tarentum was somewhat dramatic. A few hundred years ago, Sparta coveted the fertile land of Messenia to the west of Turigonia, so they started a war. The war lasted for nearly 100 years, and Sparta finally completely annexed Messenia, turning the Messenians into Hercules. However, because the men of Sparta had been away from the war for a long time, the women of Sparta could not bear the loneliness at home. As a result, they had sex with the Pariasi in Sparta and gave birth to a group of babies. When they grew up, they were not recognized by Sparta. So, after much effort, their leader, Phrynicosus, obtained permission from Sparta to ask for an oracle from Delphi. In the end, the oracle from the Temple of Apollo was confusing. To find a place where rain could fall from a clear sky and build a city. So, Sparta agreed to let Phrynicosus lead the bastards and the exiles away from Sparta to build a colony. Phrynicosus led the group westward in search of a place to settle. Their fleet crossed the Adriatic Sea and went to the Gulf of Taranto. Along the way, they saw many places that did not meet the requirements of the oracle. The long sea voyage made the people who accompanied them complain, and Phrynicosus was also very depressed. He told his wife about his troubles, and she put his head on her lap to comfort him. As a result, his sentimental wife became depressed. When Phrynicosus felt her tears splashing on his forehead, he suddenly realized the true meaning of the oracle, because his wife's name meant clear sky. So, he immediately ordered the people to disembark at the Gulf of Pulia, which later became Tarentum. Here they built a city and named it after Teras, the son of Poseidon. Although the founders of Tarentum had left because they could not obtain citizenship in Sparta, and later, Tarentum had developed into a democratic city-state, but with a double archon, senate, and assembly, similar to Amendola, which was born out of Sparta's double king, council of elders, and assembly, except that it did not have an overseer and was less oligarchic, and was a prosperous commercial city, very different from its mother state, Sparta, which had always clung to its agrarian traditions, but with which it had always maintained good relations. In the War of Peloponnesus, Tarentum stood firmly on the side of Sparta, and when the Athens fleet passed through Magna Graecia on its expedition to Sicily, it refused to allow it to dock or provide food or water. As a result, Athens retaliated by vigorously supporting the Messapians against Tarentum. Tarentum welcomed Phoebidas, of course, but after greeting the leaders of Tarentum, Phoebidas immediately mentioned the insolence of the Daionia alliance and its lack of respect for traditional Greek city-states. He also reminded the senators of Tarentum that the Daionia alliance advocated force and aggression and was a danger to the Greek city-states. He also suggested that Tarentum should no longer ally with the Daionia alliance and instead limit its expansion. Chapter 192. Seeing Phoebidas reluctantly board the ship and leave the port of Tarentum, Diomedes immediately changed his expression and said to Eutychus in a serious tone, "The people of Sparta are right about one thing. If Tarentum doesn't pull itself together, even a new city-state like Daionia, without any historical tradition, will look down on us. Are we really going to war with Messapi?" Eutychus was a little hesitant. "Haven't the Messapi been waging war against us?" Diomedes asked. He said in a pained tone, "It's precisely because we have been tolerating the Messapi that they have been thinking that Tarentum is weak. That's why they have been harassing us more and more. This has also made the other Greek city-states increasingly ignore the existence of Tarentum. We must fight back and completely solve the problem of Messapi." "Completely solve it? That's not what you said to me last time," Eutychus said with a frown. Diomedes let slip and quickly said, "What I meant was that first, we should focus all our efforts to capture Manduria, which is the biggest threat to us. Then, we should look for an opportunity to capture Brindisi. This way, our strength will be greatly enhanced. The other Messapi city-states can be captured slowly." Eutychus was a little tempted, but he was still a little hesitant. "Do we have the strength to defeat the main force of Messapi?" "Of course we do," Diomedes said firmly. In order to convince his colleagues, he added, "And we have a strong backup force." "What backup force?" Eutychus was stunned. Diomedes pointed to the west of the sea. "Daionia is our ally. We have helped them for so long. It's time for them to do something." Eutychus finally said, "I will support your proposal in the Senate." "Damn it, Daionia, Castellan, Tarentum, these Greek city-states are all on the same side." Phoebidas said angrily from a ship, "Why don't we go to Crotone?" Dorobysus suggested carefully. Phoebidas glared at him and said, "To Syracuse." Phoebidas knew that Crotone and Daionia were on bad terms because of the previous war. However, he could not go because Daionia was not the only enemy of Crotone. Rockley's relationship with Crotone was even worse, and Rockley was an ally of Syracuse, Sparta's ally in Greece. If he went to Crotone, Syracuse would probably complain to Sparta. Though he wanted revenge on Daionia, he did not want to be exiled like Tibroniae. Besides, Syracuse was a better partner than Crotone. However, when dealing with the tyrant of Sicily who was said to be a little overbearing, Phoebidas felt that he should learn from the lesson of being too flamboyant in Greece. He should change to a more obscure method to achieve his goal. The newly built Kristoia restaurant in Turiae was located in the southwest of the city near the docks. Compared to the other Kristoia restaurant next to the Turiae market, its customers were mainly citizens of the Alliance, foreign ambassadors, and wealthy merchants. Therefore, it served high-end dishes such as beef and mutton hot pot. For this reason, a part of the restaurant was partitioned into a small open-air courtyard so that smoke could be vented during the barbecue. When Timizon, Xanaparis, and Creano walked into the courtyard, they They were not unfamiliar with the scene in front of them. After all, they had enjoyed it in the mansion of the Devers. Criano was interested in the price of the beef and mutton hot pot. As he ate, he asked the servant beside him, "How much does it cost to eat this?" The servant thought for a moment and said, "My honorable guest, it depends on how much you eat. Usually, a person needs about 2 to 5 drachmas." "That's expensive," Criano shouted in surprise. "I can't even earn a drachma a day now." "It's a little more expensive than ordinary dishes, but it's worth the price." The servant explained patiently. "First of all, the beef and mutton in our restaurant are purchased from Newton. The cattle and mutton of Lucaria are famous throughout Greece. Of course, the price is not cheap. Secondly, the restaurant needs to send people to the top of the mountain in the west to collect ice and snow that does not melt to freeze the meat. This is a very risky thing. Then, there are some meat-cutting slaves with good knife skills to continuously cut the meat of uniform thickness for you. The restaurant also hired chefs from Egypt to make all kinds of sauces for you. Finally, there is me to serve you at all times. You see, there's so many complicated processes and so many people to make the beef and mutton hot pot you like. Do you still think it's expensive? You have a clever mouth." Criano could not help but exclaim after listening to the servant. Then he sighed again and said bluntly, "Unfortunately, I'm a slave. Although I'm a slave now, my benevolent master still pays me every day. According to the Slave Act issued by the Alliance, a slave can become a free citizen as long as he works hard for his master for more than 4 years and is able to raise enough money to redeem himself, as well as obtain his master's consent. Our master, Christoia, is as kind as Lord Devers. She has already made a sacred promise to God Hades in front of us. Therefore, I think that in 10 years, I will definitely become a citizen of Dionia." The slave's eyes shone with gratitude and hope. "Devers, you really know how to buy people's hearts. Aren't you afraid that the slave masters will object?" Criano looked at the slightly excited slave and did not say this out loud. Instead, he asked casually, "What's your name?" "Taneris." "I hope your wish will come true," Criano said against his will. Taneris replied happily, "Thank you for your blessing, kind guest." "Look, someone finally praised Criano for his kindness." Timison joked. "Timison, are you jealous?" Criano pretended to be angry as he picked up the beer can. "Come, let's drink. Hey, you want to make me drunk with your alcohol tolerance?" Timison did not hold the glass anymore. Instead, he picked up the can. "Come, let's finish it. Let's drink." The two raised their heads and gulped down the beer. Xenoparis shouted, "Drink slowly, you two. Agathia spent a lot of money to treat us to dinner." Then he joked to Agathia, "This restaurant belongs to the Devers, right? You should ask him to charge less when you pay the bill." Don't worry about Agathia. He's an elder of the Senate. How can he not have a few dozen drachmas?" Criano said loudly, hiccuping. There was a hint of jealousy in his voice. "Criano is right. Don't worry about money. Let's eat and drink as much as we want tonight." Agathia said loudly as if he did not hear the sarcasm in Criano's words. "Give me another can of beer," Timison said to Taneris. "This wine is good. I like it. I'll have another one too," Clino shouted after him. "Please wait." Taneris hurried to the door and called out to the waiter in the hallway. The banquet lasted for about half an hour. Everyone was a little tipsy. A year ago, we were fighting the Persians every day, and we saw the stiff corpses of our comrades around us. We didn't even have much hope of making it back to Greece alive, and we never thought we would be drinking and eating so happily today. Xenoparis said emotionally, "It's not easy. We really have to thank the gods for their blessing. Let's drink to the fact that we're still alive." Timison raised his glass. "Thank Zeus, Hades, for his blessing." The others replied one after another. Xenoparis put down his glass and said, "Agathia, you didn't just invite us here to eat and drink, did you?" He was observant enough to notice that Agathia was a little depressed. Agathia's ladle paused in the air. After a while, he put down the ladle and wiped the wine off his mouth. He looked at the 3 people who were looking at him and said in a low voice, "Today, the messengers of Sparta came. They asked the Alliance to capture you and hand you over to Sparta. The news of Sparta's warships arriving at Turiae had already spread in the port. Timicin and the others knew about it, but they didn't expect the messengers of Sparta to come for them. "What did you say to the Sparta messengers?" Creano asked anxiously. The other two also looked nervous. "Don't worry. Even though Sparta threatened us with war, the Devers still firmly rejected the messengers of Sparta." Agathia's answer made the three people let out a long sigh of relief. The Devers are indeed leaders who always win battles. They aren't afraid of Sparta at all. Creano praised the Devers again. "Actually, the people of Sparta aren't that scary. We followed them to Asia Minor for more than half a year, and we know Sparta quite well. Their generals are indeed very experienced, but the number of Spartan citizens they can send to the battlefield is too little. They mainly rely on the troops of the Alliance and mercenaries like us when they go out to fight. Their combat power is actually not that strong. Just dealing with the Persians alone is already difficult for them. I don't think they have the strength to provoke the Alliance." Timicin also tried to comfort them. Chapter 193. The three of them looked at each other. Xanthoparis quickly comforted him. "Agathia, you didn't do anything wrong. We're all grateful that you saved us from the battlefield of death in Asia Minor. As long as we stay in the Alliance patiently, I believe we'll eventually get citizenship and land. We're just not used to it yet. As for Sparta, you have to trust me and Timicin. They won't do anything hostile to the Alliance for at least 3 or 4 years. Greeks like to dilute their wine to prevent them from doing stupid things. However, Agathia didn't drink any beer tonight. He only drank wine without dilution and ended up drunk. Timicin and the rest struggled to help him back home. When they came out, the three of them sighed. Christian pouted. "He's regretting asking us to come to Greece. Is he not going to help us anymore?" "Agathia isn't that kind of person." Xanthoparis shook his head. "I think he's under too much pressure recently. He wants to relax by drinking. But we should really restrain those who don't listen to us." The two of them argued for a while. When they turned around, they saw Timicin walking slowly with his head down. He seemed to be thinking about something. "Timicin, what are you thinking about?" "We should go back to the docks," Christian shouted. Timicin looked at the two of them and said slowly with a serious tone, "I still remember what Devers used to say. It's better to rely on yourself than on others." When Phoebidas arrived in Syracuse, he was welcomed by Dionysius. He invited Phoebidas and his entourage to his palace and set up a banquet. Watching the alluring dance of the beautiful female slaves at the center of the banquet hall, Phoebidas, who had trained himself to a rather strong self-control in the military since he was young, felt his mouth go dry. He drank several mouthfuls of wine in succession. He heard that Lysander's life in the city-states of Asia Minor was comparable to that of the nobles in the East. It should be like this, Phoebidas thought. "Phoebidas, I heard that you went to Dionia. Did you get done?" Dionysius asked casually. Sparta's warship had circled around the Taranto Bay. Someone had already sent the news to Syracuse. "Yes, but it didn't work," Phoebidas admitted with a hint of admiration in his tone. "The consul of Dionia and the senators of the Senate are very tough. Even in the face of Sparta, they are not willing to give in at all." "Oh," Dionysius said with slight surprise. "It sounds like you have a good impression of them. Although I haven't been in contact with them for a long time, I can feel that they respect war and victory very much. They respect capable generals and warriors, and they train very frequently, just like us in Sparta." Phoebidas was not stingy with his praise, and this new alliance is developing very quickly. "I heard that it was only a small city-state half a year ago, but now it has 3 cities and 2 affiliated alliances. I believe it won't be long before it becomes a powerful force that dominates Greece." Dionysius heard this and squeezed out a smile. "That's good. At least the natives of Greece have met their match." Although he said that, he put down the wine glass that he had picked up, and the wine splashed on the table. He immediately changed the topic to his upcoming attack on Carthage's army. Phoebidas saw this, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the way back to Sparta, Dorabitius, who had been holding back for a long time, asked, "Phoebidas, why did you praise Dionia during the banquet?" Dionysius won't be able to sleep with my praise." Phoebidas smiled proudly. Ever since the previous usurper of Syracuse, Graun, he has treated Syracuse as the leader of the alliance between Sicily and Greece. I remember the old man saying that Graun even sent his army north to Campania in central Apennine to defeat the Etruscans who besieged Cumae. And Dionysius's ambition is even greater. He used force to turn the Greek city-states in southeastern Sicily into Syracuse's vassals. Will he allow a powerful force to emerge in Greece and threaten Syracuse's position? Unfortunately, he's about to attack Carthage and won't be able to take action against Ionia in the short term. "Oh, I see." Dorabitius suddenly understood, but he immediately asked, "Since Dionysius is interested in Greece, I'm afraid that Dionia is not as important as Lygum and Crotone in his heart." "Yes," Phoebidas admitted. "Dionia's current strength is not as strong as these traditional Greek powers, but its speed of development will still raise the vigilance of the greedy Sicilian." Dorabitius recalled the magnificent sight he saw when he was invited by Dionysius to inspect his army. He could not help but exclaim, "Come to think of it, Dionysius is really impressive. He can actually send an army of 50 to 60,000 men and 2 to 3,000 cavalry to attack Carthage. Although there are many of them, I don't think there are many who are good at fighting." Half of what Phoebidas said was the truth, and the other half was sour grapes. Even Sparta, who had become the overlord of Greece, could not send such a large army at once. One could only imagine the strength of Syracuse and its vassals. "Let Syracuse, Carthage, and Dionia kill each other." Phoebidas cursed in his heart. In the new year, 398 BC, the road from Turiae to Castellan was completely built. The thousands of Crotone captives of Dioria had also returned to Crotone due to the half-year deadline. The Devers were getting more and more nervous and excited as Christoia's stomach was moving more and more. It was less than a month before her due date. At this time, news came from Nudum that Potentia officially announced that they would support the son of Acaparus, Lizo, to recapture the Gramentum, and asked Sinsing to return to Picassus. Otherwise, Potentia would send troops to fight. Sinsing suddenly became nervous. He took the initiative to send messengers to the tribes of Gramentum that occupied the south of the city, saying that he was willing to immediately implement their previous request, as long as they could reunite to deal with the coming army of Potentia. Sinsing's concession made these tribal leaders very happy. They were also afraid that if Lizo really recaptured the Gramentum, he would come after them because they knew that Lizo, like his father, was also a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Everyone thought that it was external pressure that forced the two forces in Gramentum to compromise and come together again. However, when the tribal leaders came to the center of the city to negotiate with Sinsing, they did not expect Sinsing to ambush a large number of soldiers in advance. They suddenly launched an attack, killing all the participating tribal leaders in one fell swoop, and then launched a surprise attack. The tribes in the south of the city suffered heavy casualties under the premeditated attack of Picassus's warriors because their leaders were killed and they were not prepared. Some of the warriors surrendered, and some escaped from the city of Gramentum. Sinsing unified the Gramentum in one fell swoop in the face of the threat of Potentia's military. Hearing this news, even the Devers had to admire Sinsing's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Little did they know that Sinsing could do this mostly because of the painful memory of being ambushed by the Zegs from behind. Soon, Cesta sent another report to the Senate, saying that due to Sinsing's massacre in the Gramentum, some of the Licarians had fled to Nudum. Coupled with the impending war between Picassus and Potentia, the small tribes sandwiched between the two major forces were afraid of being involved in the war and had fled south, causing the number of registered citizens in Nudum to skyrocket to 8,000. Nudum did not have enough land to distribute, nor could it support such a large population, so they requested that some of the Licarians be moved to Turiae. The Devers and the Senate discussed repeatedly, especially during this period of time, when Nudum was stable and the Licanians had performed well. They finally reached a consensus. They agreed to move. Phoebidas returned to Sparta. The report of his diplomatic mission to Dionia did not attract the attention of the Elder Council. One of the reasons was that he had always acted on his own, causing the Sparta elders who knew him well to resent his repeated emphasis that the Dionia alliance was disrespectful and unreasonable to Sparta and must be punished. Instead, they concluded that he was the one who stirred up trouble and caused such a result. The more important reason was that the elders did not have the energy to deal with this small matter because one of the two kings of Sparta, Arsus, had passed away. Since the time of Homer, Sparta had been ruled by two kings. The kings, who claimed to be the direct descendants of Hercules, came from two hereditary royal families. One was the Agadi family, which was located in the center of Sparta, and the other was the Eulipontes family, which came from the southern part of Laconia. Arsus was born in the Eulipontides family. Although in this era, due to the rise of democracy, Sparta's royal power had been greatly limited, it still enjoyed many privileges, especially when it died. The entire Sparta territory was preparing for Arsus's funeral. Cavalry ran all over Laconia, announcing the news of Arsus's death. Women banged iron pots and spread the news around the city of Sparta. After receiving the news, every household had to send 2 free men, 1 man and 1 woman, to mourn in mourning. The people of Pythias also had to send a fixed number of people to attend the funeral held by the Elder Council. Chapter 194. According to Sparta law, the throne was inherited by the eldest son. However, if the eldest son was born before the king succeeded to the throne, he would give way to the oldest son born after the king succeeded to the throne. If the king died without an heir, the throne would be inherited by his closest male relative. If the heir was still young, the regent would act on his behalf. The founder of Sparta's current regime, Lycurgus, was the regent. Arches had only one son, Leotychides, who was 23 years old. It was only natural for him to succeed to the throne, but whether Leotychides was Arches' biological son had always been a topic of gossip among the people of Sparta. During the Peloponnesus War, the Athens general Alcibiade defected to Sparta, and King Arches valued him very much. However, he did not expect the handsome and romantic man from Athens to seduce his queen, and even let the whole city of Sparta know about it. The humiliated Arches threatened to tear Alcibiade into pieces, but Alcibiade ran back to Athens when he heard the news in advance. Not long after, Arches' wife became pregnant, so the people of Sparta naturally had doubts about Leotychides becoming king. Arches' younger brother, the 45-year-old Agesilaus, had always performed well. In the eyes of the people, he was a traditional and pure Sparta. Although he was lame, he also had the support of many people. It was conceivable that the issue of succession would be enough for the elders to worry about. Who would have the mood to deal with a trivial matter like Dionia? It was the second time that Corinth's merchant Dios came to Thurii. After a few months, the port had changed a lot. First, the people of Dionia dug inward on the north bank of the estuary of the Crati River, thus expanding the port. 2 long, poured stone breakwaters surrounded the merchant ships that entered the port like the arms of a giant. The dock was no longer as simple as it was the last time he came. Wooden trestles went deep into the coast, and on the shore were neat and orderly stone houses and buildings, as well as flat and wide transport roads. Although there were many merchant ships coming and going from the estuary, the port management personnel still commanded them to dock and unload goods in an orderly manner. The organization was quite orderly and efficient. The porters at the docks were also very efficient in their work. Very few of them were slacking off, playing tricks, or even bullying strangers. From time to time, Dios would see people in white Bolton uniforms strolling back and forth between the docks with pen and paper in their hands. Wherever he passed, these laborers behaved even more diligently. Later, after asking other merchants, he found out that those people were civil servants sent by the registry of Dionia. They were in charge of inspecting the daily labor performance of the freedmen who wanted to become citizens of the Union. If there were any misdeeds, it would be difficult for them to wait for a few years to obtain the status of preparatory citizen. Of course, there were 2 or 3 squads of fully armed soldiers patrolling the port, maintaining order in the port. When Dios walked into the port, he found that the Dionia Union had surrounded the port with a thick and towering city wall, and the market was located outside the city wall. When he came to the market, it was also a noisy area. The original wall of the market had been demolished. Because there were too many shops, the expansion of the market could not keep up with the speed of the addition of shops. Rows of shops and workshops occupied all the open space, leaving only a wide passage for customers to buy and sell, transport goods, and firefighters to fight fires. In addition, there were two special buildings that were independent of the market. One was a hospital. Most of the Greeks in northern Greece knew that the doctors of the Dionia Union were skilled in medicine. Some even said that they were much better than the doctors of Crotone. Moreover, the Dionia Union had built a comprehensive hospital that was unprecedented in Greece. It was obviously different from the previous clinics. Whether it was in terms of facilities, system, or management, it was very standardized and strict. For the patients, this was an unprecedented treatment method. The sacred feeling made the patients feel better even before the doctors started the treatment. For the doctors, this place was like a magnet that attracted their attention. It was said that if it were not for the bad relationship between the Dionia Union and Crotone, many doctors of Crotone would want to come here to learn and visit. Naturally, the front of the hospital was overcrowded every day. There were also many people in the other building. When Dios asked, he found out that it was a court specially set up by the Dionia Union for the Turii market and port to quickly deal with all kinds of trade disputes and conflicts that occurred there every day, and to provide convenience for merchants, customers, and a large number of sailors and laborers. Dios was very interested in this pioneering work that no other Greek city-state had, so he also squeezed into the crowd. The Dionia Union established the position of judge at the beginning of November, mainly because after the influx of a large number of foreigners, the regular administrative affairs were enough for the city governors to work on, and had to deal with more detailed and cumbersome legal disputes. The governors of the three cities were complaining, so the Devers proposed, and after discussion by the Senate, it was decided to establish the position of senior judge. There was no special judge in the Greek city-states. Cases were often judged by generals or consul, but in Athens, there was not even a judge, and the verdict was made by the jury. In Dionia, as the only archon, Divers naturally had the highest judicial authority. However, he was busy with work, and unless it was a major case, ordinary disputes would not require his time to deal with. Hence, this authority was initially delegated to the various city magistrates. He was responsible for supervising the low-level judges that were sent to the various cities and handling appeals. Polixus was one of the names to be elected by the Senate, but when it was submitted to the Devers for review, he did not say anything, but in the end, Proxylus won because of the strong recommendation of the Devers. Originally, Proxylus was supposed to be in charge of the court in Turii, although it was not yet fully built, and the court next to the market was handled by his subordinates. But the newly established union was like the sun in the morning, and the people were busy with their own affairs. There were almost no complicated or influential cases for him to deal with. So the energetic and idle new judge came to the market, seized the power of his subordinates, and tried the cases himself. "What's the next case?" Proxylus, who had just finished a dispute, asked impatiently. The junior judge, Frachelion, looked at him with a bitter look. Frachelion used to be a subordinate of Kunigarata, and he was originally assisting the governor in dealing with legal affairs in the city hall. After the independence of the law, there were not many talents in the union who were proficient in the law. Frachelion was recommended by Kunigarata and was quickly promoted to a junior judge, which could be counted as entering the ranks of the middle-level officials in the union, who knew that after a few days of happiness, his position was taken by Proxylus, and he did not dare to say anything. After all, Proxylus was not only an elder of the Senate, but also a senior judge. His position was equally prominent, and as soon as it was established, he was promoted by the Devers to a position second only to the city governor to show the importance the union attached to the law. Moreover, as Frachelion's immediate superior, Proxylus had the right to report his work performance to the Senate Public Service Management Committee and the right to recommend him when he wanted a transfer. The wife of a citizen of the Union filed a lawsuit against a Lygian merchant for discrimination, said Frachelion. Discrimination? Proxilus was a little confused. That woman is Lacanian, Frachelion said in a low voice. Oh, Proxilus nodded. Then bring in the plaintiff and the defendant. The courtroom in the market was not big, and it could only accommodate a judge, a clerk, a programmer, a guard, and other public officials. The plaintiff and the defendant could only stand outside the open-air courtroom, and behind them was an open space surrounded by iron railings. The public could watch from outside the railings at will, so that the people and foreigners could understand the laws of the Union and achieve the effect of propaganda and education. At the same time, the judge was under the supervision of the people. A man and a woman entered the courtroom, and under the guidance of the programmer, they first chanted the names of the three judges under Hades, Minos, Radamantos, and Iku, and swore by their names that what they said was the truth. Then, the plaintiff made her statement. The young Lacanian woman spoke in a strange but fluent Greek. Your Honor, I am the wife of Isam, a citizen of the Union. Today, I came to the market to buy a pottery bottle for olive oil, and when I went to his shop, the woman pointed to the merchant next to her and said, I found that he sold a lot of pottery, and they were all very beautiful, so I decided to buy from him. But because I spent a little more time choosing the pottery, he suddenly got angry at me. He said, Damn barbarian, are you going to buy it or not? If you can't afford it, don't touch my bottle with your dirty hands. Or if you break it, it will not be enough even if I make you my slave. He also said, Your Honor, she is lying. I have never said such a thing. The merchant shouted loudly. Shut up first. Wait for her to finish before you speak. Proxilus scolded, and then said to the woman, Continue. He also said, The woman blushed, stared at the merchant, and gritted her teeth. He also said, A barbarian woman like you does not deserve to use such noble pottery. You might as well be my slave, and make me happy, and when I am happy, I may reward you with a pottery. Note, the third interposition of Alcibiades is described in another of my novels, From City to Empire. Chapter 195. No, I didn't say that. The merchant hurriedly refuted when he saw the judge's expression change. Suddenly, there was a burst of cursing behind him. How dare you discriminate against us Lucarians? Are you tired of living? Why, Zam is a warrior of our alliance. How dare you insult his wife? Your Honor, please punish this lecher. The merchant groaned inwardly. He had originally thought that the woman was a Lucanian slave who looked rather pretty, and he had wasted too much time just asking for the price. That was why he had said those words in a moment of dizziness. He did not expect that he had provoked the wife of a citizen of the Dionian alliance. In fact, it was because he had only been here for a few days and did not understand the customs here. Most of the wives of the citizens of the other cities stayed at home. If they could go to the market to buy and sell things, and they were foreign women, then they must be female slaves. Taking advantage of the language, even if he touched them a few times, no one would care. However, Dionia was different. Many of its citizens married Lacanian women, and many of the Greek women of Dionia married Lacanian citizens. These foreigners did not have as many complicated etiquette as the Greeks. They were bold and open, and naturally, they gradually influenced and changed the conservative atmosphere of the original Greek citizens of Dionia. In addition, the governor Devers, who was revered by the people, also allowed his wife to appear in public. They even opened banks and restaurants in the market, which naturally further promoted the change of customs in Dionia. Now, it was common to see the wife of a citizen of Dionia in the market. Defendant, is what the plaintiff said the truth? Proxilus asked. Seeing that the merchant was about to speak, he reminded him loudly. If it's only discrimination against foreigners, the most you will have to pay is a fine and corporal punishment. But after swearing in front of God, you still lie. This is a crime of blasphemy, and you will have to suffer the cruel punishment of having your tongue pulled out. So you have to think carefully before you speak. The merchant was shocked. After a long silence, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Finally, he said in a low voice, What she said is mostly true, but but I didn't know that discrimination against foreigners is also against the law. Really? Proxilus looked serious. When you rented the stall, did you not familiarize yourself with the regulations of Dionia business must follow written by the market management office? No. The merchant wanted to deny it, but he suddenly remembered the regulations of the Dionia Market Administration. If one was not familiar with the regulations, one could not rent a shop. So he could only nod. Yes. Since that's the case, you're knowingly breaking the law. First of all, if you violate the law of Dionia cannot discriminate against foreigners, you will have to pay a fine of 10 drachmas and 2 strokes of the rod in order to deepen your memory and prevent you from doing it again. As for you using words to profane the plaintiff, but not putting it into action, does our alliance have a bill in this regard? Plotsilus asked Frauquelian. Frauquelian thought it over and shook his head. Looks like I have something to do at the next Senate meeting. Proxilus muttered to himself. He thought for a moment and then said, As for the punishment for your verbal blasphemy, I leave it to the plaintiff to decide. The merchant trembled and looked at the plaintiff with a pleading gaze. The young Lacanian woman did not refuse and simply said, Then punish him to be a guide in the market management office and do 5 days of voluntary labor. Good, that's it. Proxilus applauded the plaintiff's suggestion. Defendant, you can choose not to accept the 5 days of voluntary labor given by the plaintiff, but you will be expelled from the alliance and will never be allowed to do business here again. Proxilus said in a serious tone, Think about it carefully. Are you willing to accept this punishment? As a merchant, dignity was not important. What was important was whether or not he could make money. His pottery business in the Turii market had been very prosperous these days. Of course, he did not want to be expelled from the alliance because of such a small matter. Of course, he accepted the punishment in the end. The next dispute was quite the opposite. It was a conflict between a registered freeman peddler and a foreign merchant. This freeman insulted and beat the merchant. The facts were clear and the evidence was conclusive. There was no dispute. He could be punished according to the market management law of not discriminating against foreign merchants and fighting and causing trouble. However, this free man did not admit to beating the merchant during the trial. He kept hinting to Proxilus that he was the confidant of Polixus and had been working for him. He hoped that the judge would let the matter go. The young and vigorous Proxilus could not stand Polixus, who always showed off his noble birth in the Senate and occasionally looked down on the non-Tyrian senators. Now that he had the opportunity, he would not let it go. He shouted angrily, Bold defendant, how dare you destroy the reputation of Lord Polixus? Not only did you bully the plaintiff, but you also hurt him. You still refuse to admit the truth and violate the oath you made before. I sentence you to be guilty of blasphemy immediately. The free man was shocked and hurriedly begged for mercy, while the onlookers cheered for Proxilus. In the end, the free man refused to accept the torture of pulling out his tongue and chose to be beaten 40 times with a stick. He was beaten until he was barely breathing and was carried out of the court. At the same time, the scribe recorded what he had done. Even if he eventually recovered, the registry office would use this to expel him from Dionia. What happened in the market and the port were only small disputes and conflicts. The process of sentencing was very fast. There was no need for cumbersome legal procedures, lawyers, and juries. Dios watched for a while outside the court and saw something strange. It was clear that this small court was using practical actions to show the citizens, slaves, foreigners that the Union of Dionia was fair and just, and to protect the legitimate rights of all law-abiding people in the territory of Dionia. It was especially touching for merchants like them who traveled far and wide. Merchants like Dios were considered citizens with status in their own city-states. When they did business in other city-states, the local citizens often acted out of jealousy, holding the mentality of this foreigner wants to earn the money of the city-state, and often some hostile actions were taken. The higher-ups of the city-states often favored the citizens of the city because elections needed the support of citizens. Among the Greek city-states, Athens had the best attitude towards foreigners who settled and did business in the city. Because its super-developed trade and handicraft industry required it to be open to the technology, capital, investment, and employment brought by foreigners. It gave foreigners considerable rights in the law. In addition to being unable to own land and hold public office, foreigners could even contract the mines of Athens, monopolize the sea, and so on. Of course, the generosity of Athens was also rewarded by the kindness of the foreigners. Usually, they would make some charitable donations, such as repairing temples, holding theatrical celebrations, and letting the citizens of Athens watch them for free. When Athens was in danger, they also stepped forward like the citizens of Athens, serving as heavy infantry, buying weapons and equipment, and even donating three-tiered warships to the government of Athens. Now, Dionia had a tendency to follow the example of Athens, and in some ways, they were even bolder than Athens. This time, Dios came because the Senate of the Dionia Union had passed a new bill, which allowed the lease of land between the Saraceno River and the Cisno River to foreign merchants as handicraft land for a period of 20 years. The news immediately caused a sensation among the foreign merchants in the Thurii market and quickly spread throughout Greece. Most of the merchants who had been to Thurii were optimistic about the business and trade prospects of the Dionia Union, not to mention that Dionia had allowed Laos to join its union, so that any merchants who traded in the union could enter Laos at a preferential price and open up trade with Naples, Massilia, Gaul, the Iberian Peninsula, Mauritania, and other regions. Especially in Thurii, the construction of the Laos Avenue had begun. With the quality of the roads built by Dionia, the completed avenue would certainly make the transportation of goods between the two cities more convenient. By then, it was estimated that it would take 2 days to travel from Thurii to Laos, which was almost the same time as using cargo ships to travel by sea. What's more, traveling by sea was more risky because as long as they encountered pirates or storms, their efforts might be ruined, and they might even lose their lives. At the same time, when crossing the Strait of Messina, the city-states of Messina and Liguim, one to the south and the other to the north, collected high tariffs, which would greatly reduce the profits earned. The land that Dios passed through when he stayed in Amendolara last time was flat, but due to the hard geology, mostly gravel, it could not be used as agricultural land, so it was not distributed to the citizens of the Union. Except for a small part of the land that was built into the Amendolara military camp and used for public militia training, most of the land had been idle. For Dios, such a barren land was also full of value. He wanted to auction off the next piece of land and open a weapons workshop. After making money from the last trade, Dios became interested in this new union. He found that Dionia was a union that advocated military force. Otherwise, they would not have held a triumphal ceremony to give the victorious generals and soldiers so much glory. Therefore, there would be no shortage of wars in the future, and the rapidly increasing number of citizens of the Dionia Union had a high demand for weapons. As far as he knew, there was a large weapons shop in the port market of Thurii. It was said that the Union opened it to comfort the families of the soldiers who died in the war and to take care of the disabled soldiers. Most of the weapons and equipment sold were seized, and most of them were for maintenance. There was basically no one who could produce a complete set of heavy infantry equipment from scratch, and they did not have the ability to do so. This gave Dios a chance to make money.